To the March 9th Planning Board meeting. A couple of notes before I officially call the meeting to order. I want you all to know that the Planning Board will hold a special meeting on March 23rd at 6 p.m. via Zoom to continue review of the Colarusso dock applications. That meeting is not open for public comment, but anybody is welcome to join us who's interested in that review. And the link will, and the agenda will, yes, the link in the agenda will be posted on the city website. Also a reminder, please remember that public hearings are not debates. All the comments are to be directed at the board, specifically to me as the board chair. We don't engage in debate on the floor. And unless otherwise recognized by me, please limit your comments to 3 minutes. We've got a big, long agenda to get through, and we really have to limit the amount of time we can give you, though please know that we're interested in your comments. You can always write me at my city email or via the, Larry, you have no audio. Try. I don't know what to tell you, Larry.
Okay, I think it works now.
Okay, yep, there you go. Okay. All right, so calling the meeting to order. It is 6:02 p.m. Tonight we have 2 public hearings. We're going to start first with a continuation of a public hearing for 119 Columbia Street, a special use permit application from Bell Atlantic Mobile Systems, DBA Verizon Wireless, to install an.
I don't know how I got on without.
Sorry.
Could you all please mute yourselves? Thank you. To install and operate wireless communications equipment on the roof of 119 Columbia Street, also known as Providence Hall. Do I have a motion to reopen the public hearing, please?
So moved.
Larry, was that you?
Yes.
Thank you.
Second.
Was that you, John? Okay.
That was me, yeah.
All right. A couple of questions. Victoria, have we gotten any responses to our notice of intent to serve as lead agency?
No, not that I'm aware of.
Either, Teresa.
She's having trouble getting into the meeting.
Who is?
Teresa.
Right, Shaheem, would you take care of that, please? I want to let you all know that we did receive an affidavit from Young Summer confirming that this meeting announcement was posted at Providence Hall in the big window to the right of the front doors. And I did go over there and look, and it was indeed posted there. I think all of the questions and comments that were received between the 9th, which was our meeting, and the 19th, which was the 10-day period, plus any others that have sort of come in following that, have been sent on in one batch to the attorneys and Mr. Musso, to which there have been some responses. We've also received more letters from concerned neighbors and more attorney correspondence. All of that is on the city website. Thank you, Rebecca. So anything that I have received or has come to me is posted for public view. I wanted to know if Mr. Lamberto from Arbor Management is here tonight.
Oh, yes, I'm here.
There you are. Welcome. So I was wondering, Mr. Lamberto, if you wanted to say anything about this application before we get started, since we haven't met you before and you are representing the property owner.
Yeah, sure, absolutely. This application has been going on for a little bit. We've had communication with various carriers that have had interest in our property. However, we own and operate many apartment complexes up and down the northern seaboard, and this is not the first cell tower or application that we have submitted. We own and operate probably 8 other properties that have this system on the roofs. And one thing that I can tell you specifically is our relationship with the carriers. We do not take lightly that other people's equipment are on our roofs. We make sure that they're well maintained and clear of any debris or anything that on a consistent basis. We have easement agreements specifically with the carriers, Verizon being one of them, AT&T, we used to have Singular, and a few others where we require them to contact us and do unit inspections annually on these cell sites, only make sure that they're functioning and also that they stay put and that they're not falling apart or anything of that nature. So we do make sure that they are maintained very well, and ultimately we make sure that they as best as they can be, aesthetically they look very clean, reasonable. Normally we have parapet walls on our other properties. Providence has a smaller one. So I understand that Verizon is going to work with us and put a kind of covering around it in order to kind of shield it, make it more aesthetically to the facade of the building so it doesn't stand out as much, which is one of these that we don't usually have them, but we're willing to do and work with Verizon on any way, shape, or form to handle that. So we're really looking to, continuing to maintain and operate Providence. It is an affordable property. And we do have plans in the future to continually upgrade the property aesthetically, the facade, the asphalt and everything else, just to, continue to have it to look as best as it can.
Are you aware that there's been a fairly significant number of Providence Hall residents that are concerned about this installation?
Yes, I have received a few. We've actually met with a handful of them. The property manager has, and I've been through Zoom links with them due to our procedures with COVID. But it seems that some of them just they were unaware of the actual, when they heard about this, they're thinking it's going to be this monstrous thing outside or on top of the roof, and they're not as big as they seem. They're quite compact and short, but otherwise, they were concerned about their health and safety. And Verizon has provided a checklist and a document that gave a few more of assurance that yes, whatever they might think about electromagnetic radiation or whatever have you is just not going to be the concern.
Are you aware of the,
You might want to introduce yourself, Laura.
I'm sorry, I'm
I didn't
Laura. Yeah, that's all right. I'm a board member here in Hudson. And maybe Sam can speak to this. Are you aware of I think it's more than a few people in the building are concerned. I know that we received quite a few letters. And I think there was a petition. Maybe Sam, you can speak to that. Is that okay if I ask Sam to speak to the board about that?
Yep.
Okay. You need to unmute.
Okay. Yes, yes, there have been at least 70 no consent forms obtained from the local residents, and they're approaching 200 oppositions in form of petition that's online. So yes, there's been a lot of objection, opposition to this. Yeah. And I should mention also that there's the ongoing deliberation in court about the safety of this.
And also, I think that perhaps not all of the residents there were aware of this, because didn't we ask that there be some kind of a big board put up so that
It was.
Yes.
okay. And that was only recently, right?
It was a month ago.
It was a
Yes.
month ago. So it's not, this process has been going on for a while, and it's only recently that the residents, were made aware of it, since it seems, from what I think we've been told, that the residents really don't have to be informed, but the office does. So am I clear? Am I correct about that? That no letter went out to the residents. A letter, the information went to the management office, I guess. So I just wonder how diligent management has been about making sure that the residents even were made aware of the application. That's all I have to say.
Oh, sure. And, I appreciate that comment. As I said earlier, we've been kind of going back and forth with a variety of carriers as an option. And Verizon originally, 2 years ago, approached us and then they backed out. So we did not certainly want to get everybody nervous or get everybody aware of anything if this really wasn't going to materialize. Verizon still owes a little bit more information. I know that they've been working hard in trying to get approvals. However, until this came to true intuition, we didn't really want to announce it because it's something that we generally don't do. If we're not just going to put up notices saying this is going to happen, this is going to happen. This is a senior property where they want to make sure that residents are aware and they understand truly what goes on. If we just put a notice up, which as you can imagine can happen, a lot of curiosity and things, but if we certainly didn't want to ruffle any feathers or any of that nature if it truly wasn't going to be appropriate for the building.
Right, but
This has been going on for quite a while, and I'm
right.
that what you just said is kind of ageist. Are you suggesting that because some of the people there are senior citizens, they might get more upset than other people? I'm not.
No.
I mean, this process has been going on for a while.
No. I'm certainly not implying that. I'm implying that if we put a notice out there saying that we're looking to do something in the future, and really we don't have any concrete plans or that nature, we certainly don't want to have anybody alarmed or that nature, because it's just until something truly materializes, we're not going to
You
announce
mean
it.
until it's approved? By that time, it's too late. In other words, we've been working on this with Verizon for quite a while, and I'm sure that you were notified, about it, about the application. So I just don't understand. I'm just following you, Tim, but that's okay. Larry, sorry I interrupted you.
Yeah, no, I want to reiterate what Laura seems to be saying, or if I understand what she's saying. This application came to us as a pre-application in May of last year, right? So it's disingenuous for you to say that you didn't want to notify the residents until it was a quote sure thing, right? That's not the case, right? These people are living there. They have a right to understand what's happening. If there is a brunt to be borne, it is borne by the residents, and the revenues generated by this lease of yours probably does not directly benefit those people. And it's just unfair to ask anyone, any citizen, to bear the brunt of an installation and not share in the decision-making process by which that happens, and to not have some stake in the outcome. And your answer offends me deeply about the nature of public engagement and the way in which a property owner treats the people who live there. It's wrong what you just said. This has been an application before us since June of last year, and a sign went up in the window last month. We've had multiple public hearings. Multiple residents have articulated they did not even know that this was happening, and that's on you. And your answer is deeply wrong, in my opinion. It's offensive.
And that you don't know that there have been petitions signed by people that live in your building, letters written, also by people that live in your building. It's just kind of amazing. So, I'm sad about the potential ageism that's being put forth here, as well as, frankly, perhaps the thought that these people are people not of means, but of modest incomes. That's sad to me. Okay,
I want to add sorry, I want to add a comment as well. I don't recall a note.
Clerk Lehman, clerk is also on the board.
Yeah, sorry, Clerk Weedman on the board. Thank you for opportunity just to make a quick statement or I guess a question. I don't recall any application before the board, I guess in about roughly 4 years I've been on the board where the, and you guys can correct me if I'm wrong, but where the owner or representative of the owner hasn't showed up for the application. And it certainly seemed in a case like this, you representing the ownership, it's a bit of an abdication of your responsibility to just allow Verizon to, I guess, take the lead. And I think there is a strong concern, which I'm sure you're picking up on by the board, that the local tenants, our neighbors, residents of the city of Hudson, were pretty much cut out from the beginning. And I think it's you're not showing up or a representative ownership not showing up early on is an indication of that. This isn't a Verizon project necessarily. It's a Providence Hall project. And that is, again, I feel like abdication of your responsibility since last June.
Tiffany Garriga.
Yes, thank you. Good evening, all board members. I would like to agree with the comments that were made from the board members, especially Laura. I just want to state for the record that once this proposal, I can't remember the name of the group, but I worked with a specific group that went out to give this information. And I am on the city council, just so the representative from the Arbor Management understand. I represent the second ward where Providence Hall building is. And I worked with a group of people to make sure that the residents and the people in the surrounding area who was on the table and what was going on and how to speak up about it. I've also given information to the office to put up flyers and so forth. And I was told by the residents that that information was not distributed to the residents. And that is extremely unfortunate because their voice absolutely matters and we respect our seniors. And it's appalling from what I'm hearing. And I totally agree with what the board members just said. So I just want to set on the record that we have been distributing information and it has been taken away from the residents. And there is a petitioning and the numbers are still growing.
And to piggyback on what Ms. Guerrero is saying,
Teresa is also on the board, Tim.
This is Teresa Joyner. I'm a board member. I've also heard, and it's hearsay, but that they're given different information in the office. They're being told that there's nothing they can do about it. It's a done deal. Now, that I've heard from a few people that live in Providence Hall, that your office is telling the tenants there is nothing that they can do about it. It's a done deal. Don't get involved. And your computer room is closed, right? So they don't have access to the computers. So we did give out information on how they can get on the meeting through the telephone, hoping that they can voice their opinion and back what I'm saying up and what Ms. Guerrero is saying also. That they come to the office and the office is telling them, don't get involved. There's nothing you could do about it. It's a done deal.
It's basically telling our senior citizens that they are not to be heard. And I represent them and as well as everyone else in the second ward. And when information like that is on the table, I make sure that the people are aware. And we totally disagree with this proposal. Thank you.
And that's a good point that that the computer room is closed. And also, I think that, access to computers at the library is also difficult. And so during this time, when, to the degree that everyone can, we're being good citizens and helping each other with this COVID issue, that your management would take advantage of the fact that that these people can't get to a computer. I mean, thank goodness for, people in the community, Tiffany and Sam and Michael and others that are doing everything they can to make sure that, people in the community find out about this. But really, it's hard for them to all get in the building. I mean, for the building itself to hinder their ability, the people that live there, their ability, especially during this time of COVID when they can't even get a computer. I think that's just bad form. Okay. So what else, guys?
Any other comments from the public? Questions from Mr. Lamberto?
I have a follow-up question to Mr. Lamberto. Well, I would like to hear your reply to some of the comments from the board, my own comments to Tiffany Garriga, who's a local council member here. But you did mention another point that I wanted to follow up on, and that is that you've had conversations with multiple carriers about potential installations on your properties, including, I assume, Providence Hall. Am I to understand that subsequent to the Verizon application, we can anticipate future applications from other carriers? And can you share with us any other revenue generating installations that we can anticipate coming this way? Because once we approve this one, co-location rules require us to fairly easily approve other ones.
No, sure. So, I thank everybody for all their comments, and I can only sit here and kind of think about, what I said, especially Laura. I don't take the residents' concerns, against their will. We've ultimately have protocols in place due to COVID with all of our senior sites, and unfortunately required us to close down certain areas of the building to mitigate, and we've been extraordinarily successful. So, we truly care about the property, we care about the residents, we have supportive service programs, we got community events constantly. But to Lawrence, to your question is, we have only one carrier on any one of our buildings. We do not want to have it cluttered. The last thing, as everybody can be aware, is aware of, when you get multiple carriers, you get a little cross contamination almost, it seems like, where they have their equipment, We only have one carrier specifically. And when I mentioned a few years ago, we've had certain carriers interested, they were just looking at the property specifically. Would the location work? Would the height of the building work? There was certainly questions about it. A lot of them obviously didn't materialize, nor did we seek them further for that. Verizon came to us twice, offered us a specific placement and what we're looking for regarding wind and the easement. I mean, we had to go back and forth with them on maintaining maintenance if it were to be approved. But certainly we only stick with one carrier per building.
You had mentioned, Tim, that you that in working with Verizon this go around, that there's certain things that you still need to work out. Can you tell me what those are? Can you tell us what those are?
Well, they're fairly simple. Ultimately, we want to make sure that we have a direct easement with them, that we have an agreement with them, that they would contact the office, and we would give notification that they would be, going through the building and on top of the roof to maintain or fix their equipment. Another thing we always do is our maintenance constantly checks the property, and if they go on the roof and an instrument is damaged or wind has moved it, we call them immediately. It's part of the agreement where they would come and fix it. I also make sure that they provide us detailed plans that if they are installed, that they can withstand almost a hurricane force wind. The last thing we want is them to be blowing around.
You just said that when your maintenance goes up, to check on things, you want to make sure that, that it'll be, the repairs will be made if the wind moves it. So that makes me ask you, have you had situations where something has been moved?
No. So, well, I mean, our maintenance
You
does
said
it.
that.
I said that we want to make sure that they do not move. I want to make sure that any plan, every plan that we have for our other senior buildings, we made sure that it had a certain spec, that they have sleds and they're weighed down and they're not penetrating our roofs where they would damage it, but also where they would hold up against certain winds. I want that in writing, and on the plan. Now, if for some reason, they go up there and there's a piece of it that's hanging for some odd reason.
Has that happened?
That has not happened yet, no. Because the way they're designed, I mean, they're pretty much just cylindrical on these bases.
And how many senior buildings do you have these towers on?
Right now, I think we have 6. It's 6 right now.
And how many non-senior buildings do you have them on?
We don't. We don't, because where our buildings are located, they want certain height, and if they're just a 2-story, they're not going to put them on. They want something that has some height to it.
So you have no buildings that are high that are non-senior buildings?
All of our mid-rise buildings are upwards of 7 stories up, but we do have villa style. We do have individual townhome style. Yes, we do.
Other questions?
Chairman, could I ask a question?
Yes.
Stephen has a question too. Go ahead.
Didn't you want to go first?
Yes, Victoria.
Okay. So, Tim, based on what you were just saying, that as management company, you would limit the use of your roof to only one carrier, would you agree or to a condition, if the board were to consider approval, that would require your easement with Verizon to not allow any co-location without additional approval of this board?
Yeah,
or
absolutely.
any modification of antenna?
Well, modification of antenna, we have had where they contact us, they give us proper notification that they want to upgrade their system. As I mean, systems constantly need upgrading. But
system upgrade is fine. I'm actually thinking along the lines of switching from 4G to 5G, which I believe the antenna style would be different and could trigger review.
Yeah, right now we haven't seen that yet, but we would certainly put a condition on where the board would have to approve that. I'm not going to lie to you. They've come to us and said, can we put another antenna, same carrier? And we've said no, just because of placement and location. So I would certainly, and we would certainly come up with a condition where we would limit it to one carrier like we've done on the other properties.
Well, Scott,
hold on, Laura. Steve had a question.
Sorry.
Steve is also on the board.
I actually just wanted to say, it took me a minute, I suppose, just to recover from the the point made that residents were not properly informed here. Especially given the fact that, as you've highlighted, that you've had other applications at the other buildings, so you understand this process basically. You understand that this is the time when residents need to have a voice in this process. So I want to just add to that point that we've all made here, but I guess my question is, I'd like to hear you respond to the point made that there's actually been, by Ms. Joyner, that there's actually been active discouragement of asking people to participate in the process. Is that correct? Or can you at least speak to whether or not you're aware of management actively discouraging people to have their voices heard in this process?
That's honestly the first, I'm going to be very honest. That's the first time I've heard of it, and I'm not too happy to hear that. Which leads me to, I think I need to take a ride up there, but we've constantly communicated. I mean, the notices regarding any event that we've done whether it's community event or just constant monthly updates with COVID procedures and updating people, for management to truly say, I mean, the manager there's been there for over 25 years. For her to now, as I guess has been saying, that there's nothing that can be done. Please don't announce, because we've encouraged. I mean, I've gotten a variety of letters, not regarding this, but from Providence Hall residents, a variety of, thank you letters to concerns, and we've addressed them. But I've not heard that we've discouraged at all. So I really can't comment that that's going on. I hope it's not.
Well, may I ask, are you finished, Steve? Steve, are you
Oh,
finished?
please, yeah, go ahead, Teresa. Thank you.
Well, then may I ask you a question? Are you aware that there are several people in this building, a majority, that are against this project? Have you been made aware of that?
Yeah, there have been letters that came to me directly, and they were the ones that I've called and addressed. But I have not seen 70
When you
or
said you called to address, what do you mean by that? You called
either,
the individual?
either I write them another letter back, or we contact them. I've had two Zoom calls with residents. The manager set them up, but that was early on in the process. But I've not seen 70 or 50 residents contact myself or anybody in corporate regarding this.
May I ask you a question?
Sure.
Could you give me an idea of your response to maybe one individual, if you can remember? Because
Sure, absolutely.
one thing I heard over and over, it was being said that this is a private building, that we have, this is a private building, that no one can tell you what to do, in a sense, not verbatim, word for word. So could you like give me an idea of what was your response? Like, I'm an individual, I live in the building, so I know, because I work in Bliss Towers. So I know a lot of people will come to the office to get information, to get help, assistance, and they want to be told by, they'll listen to us before they listen to anyone else. And they trust us. So if I responded to one of them by saying, well, look, this is a private building, there's really nothing you could do, then they're going to tell maybe 40 other people in the building to do the same thing. So could you just give me an idea, if you can remember, of one of your responses?
Sure. One specific one that stood out is that one resident felt that it would be an infringement on their privacy. They would hear noise, that all of a sudden it would seem like I think their service would not work. My response to them is that I explained to them that they're on the roof, they're not on the side of the buildings. They do not make noise. This one resident was concerned more about noise. And I just presented it to say, we have it on other buildings. They're not very tall. You won't even notice them from your unit specifically, and that as we progress farther, you'll see more and more individuals. They were more concerned about the constant traffic throughout the building with Verizon, which would not occur. But when you said also, if I may, when you say private, were residents saying that we were saying that it's because it's private property?
This is privately owned. That's all. That is the phrase, privately owned.
In other words, you have no rights. You, the tenant, have no rights, kind of like that.
Well, I took that as saying that, but I can't speak for the ones that were speaking. They just said it was privately owned. And I see that you said you have little agreements in place where when they put the antennas, they're going to protect your building. You have anything in place that will protect the tenants in the buildings?
Protect the tenants.
If something goes wrong with these antennas and it's causing something that's not right with a tenant or new tenants or a few one, would you then have an agreement with Verizon that they have to take the antenna down or move it or get rid of it?
If there's an agreement, so if I understand your question, I'm only going to make as an example. I'm trying to understand your question. If for some reason it was installed and was hypothetically causing noise that a resident, if it was rattling, let's say, and a resident complained about it, that's one of those agreements where we would, first off, our own maintenance would go up to see if something was hanging or a variety of reasons. But yes, that would be one area where we would contact Verizon and say, there is an issue with your equipment. Here's the scenario. And we would certainly contact. And if it continued, I mean, that's part of the agreement where the equipment's supposed to be sturdy, maintenance free on our end entirely, and that they're responsible for any repairs and damages to it if it should occur.
Okay.
Mike Musso, you've had your hand up for a while.
Well, I'll defer to Ms. Garriga if that's more appropriate on the thread about public involvement and noticing. I had something a little bit more technical, but I certainly didn't want to underscore that conversation.
No, I think it's okay, Mike. Mike is from HDR. He's consulting the board on this project. Go ahead, Mike.
Madam Chair, members of the board, thank you for having me back tonight. Mr. Lamberto and I had spoken. I think you're in receipt of our tech memo. And for, I think, all the many of the reasons noted by planning board members tonight and Ms. Garriga, we thought it was important to hear from the property owner, in this case, the building manager. I just wanted to confirm with Mr. Lamberto, I did provide him a copy of our summary findings and recommendations. And I just wanted to see if, Mr. Lamberto, if you had a chance to look at that. Those are not any kind of final conditions. Action has not been taken on this application by the planning board, but we did draft out recommendations if this ends up being approved and constructed. And part of that was future co-location and something known as the eligible facilities request. So that has been a concern. I think you're getting the gist. There's been a lot of public involvement on this application over time, but I just wanted to see if you had any comments on my recommendations and if anything stood out as, say, not feasible on your end.
Yes, I appreciate you sending that over to me, and I've read through it. I do not see any issues there. We're willing to abide and work with everybody to try to come to some common ground with this, and certainly we want to make sure, like I said, that it doesn't interfere with the residents and specifically the surrounding properties. I think with Verizon willing to put up a kind of almost a shield, some covering, is a good testament to them and their willingness to work with the property in the surrounding area.
I want to, if you're done, Mike, are you done? Okay.
Laura, some other people had their hands up. Laura?
Yeah. Okay, I'm on the board. I'd like to speak. So I just like to get back to what Victoria was bringing up in terms of conditions. Victoria had, and you can correct me, Victoria. Victoria had asked if you would agree to, I'm going to put it in my words, this is what I interpreted, to put in writing basically that you would not entertain any other carrier having, the antennas up there, and then in terms of upgrades, have you had upgrades, upgrading occur on any of your buildings so far, Tim?
Yes, we have had upgrades occur. We've had, I want to say, the oldest cell tower we had is 10 years old. So they had to upgrade the systems, and they've gotten much smaller and much more advanced, let me tell you, from the original ones.
Okay. And then Scott, this goes to Scott or whatever engineer you have, Verizon. The the antenna that you are proposing, and I know that you're talking 4G. I'm just wondering if that antenna is 5G capable.
The answer is, and Rick Suhaki is on here. Correct me if I'm wrong. The answer is no, it's not.
That's
Can I, Miss Semchenko obviously feels like she knows the answer to that.
well, if you look at the specs, it was 3G, 4G, 5G capable. That's what the model specs say.
You know, but you don't have, it's well, I would let Rick address that. But before I do, can I just say one thing? In terms of the notice, obviously we hear the concerns, the residents, the board would have liked to have the residents been notified. What we did follow the specific instructions of the planning board and the law, and no one asked us to provide the residents with any type of notice. No intent was trying to go around that at all. We always just follow the law. And like I said, the planning board didn't ask us to do anything above and beyond that.
We talked to you about that. We talked to you about it, and I think you told us all you were required to do was make sure that management got a letter.
Correct. After the fact, when the question came up, you asked me what we did. I said, well, we provided
Scott,
the law.
No, you're categorically wrong. Today, I went back and I reread, I listened to the transcript of your pre-application hearing on May 18th of 2020. You were specifically asked by me and by Teresa about outreach and how you were going to inform the tenants of the building about the project. And you explicitly said, it's too early. We won't do that yet. We don't have an application yet, but when it's time, we will do so. So for you to say that you were not at the very first time you were in front of us, you were asked about outreach. So do not say publicly a falsehood right there. It's offensive. Don't do it.
If I said that, well, first of all, it was too early to send out any notice. It was.
Right. That is not what you just said, Scott. What you
had a
just
pre-application
said
meeting.
is that this board, you said that this board never asked you about outreach and never asked you to engage in outreach. And that is wrong.
I just thought when we were sending the notice out, we were directed by the planning board way past May, and we were not advised at that point to do that. That's fine.
We've talked to you several times about notice. Anyway, I would like to hear what Rick says about the 5G capability. You there, Rick?
Yep, I'm here. So thanks for having me. Yeah, so the antennas that we proposed are not 5G millimeter wave capable. There's many differences in 5G. So what everybody is generally thinking about is basically millimeter wave, which is much higher frequency. Can 5G technology be put over the same frequencies as we currently have? Yes, it can. But it doesn't interact any differently than the current 4G technology does. It's just different basically from the equipment back. So basically equipment back to our switch, how it performs there, but how it actually gets out of the antenna, it's the same frequency, it performs the same. It's no different than 4G or 3G or anything along those lines. So the antennas themselves are not 5G millimeter wave capable now.
Well, how come when you look up the model, it says that they're 3G, 4G, 5G capable?
So that's like I was saying, if you, for example, you can have a 5G technology that goes over 850 frequencies. It performs the same way as 4G. It's still the same frequency. The only difference there is from basically behind the antenna, behind where it gets into the equipment. So it goes from the antennas, it goes to our local equipment. It then goes through fiber and goes into our switches and so on. So behind the equipment, it uses a different set of equipment which has 5G, again, quote unquote 5G technologies. It's not the same or the same speeds. It doesn't work the same way as like 5G millimeter wave.
And it couldn't be upgraded by software.
Software can make it, yes. It can make it basically, again, it doesn't change anything that comes out of that antenna in any way, shape, or form. It only changes how it works behind the scenes, behind the equipment, where it goes. When our equipment is working, it basically goes, it has lots of different routers it goes through, lots of different equipment. So when it's on 5G, it's just using different equipment. The frequency coming out of that antenna and the way it performs, the way it works, the modulation, it all works the same way.
Just in layman's terms, you got the antenna that you plan to put up there. And I know I'm gonna trust that Scott's telling the truth, that you have no intention of it becoming 5G. Let's just say that that all of a sudden there was the intention to make it 5G. Do those antennas that are up there for the 4G that you guys are talking about putting up, do they have to be taken out and a new antenna put in for 5G? Or can you work with the antenna that you're already putting up?
Again, so, and I apologize if it's kind of a little
I know
confusing,
you're
but it is-
trying, but just remember,
Yeah.
talking to an
So-
eighth grader here.
Right. So again, so what everybody generally thinks of, and I'm not putting words in anybody's mouth. So when you're thinking of 5G, it's 5G millimeter wave. That's where the extremely fast speeds come from and so on. 5G millimeter wave will not work with these antennas. If we wanted to put 5G millimeter wave up there, we would need new antennas.
That's very interesting.
Mr. Campanelli, you have had your hand up for quite some time, sir. You're muted, Mr. Campanelli.
Yes, good evening, Mr. Chairman. Thank you for affording me an opportunity to speak. So I've had the pleasure of reading the two most recent submissions from Mr. Olson, where I learned quite a bit about myself, none of which appears to be accurate, but I'm not really concerned about what appears to be a smear campaign. I'm more concerned about making sure the record is clear. So there are a few issues that I need to address. I may go just a hair over 3 minutes, but it is important to me that the record be clear. So first and foremost, throughout the submissions by Mr. Olson, he appears to suggest that federal law somehow dictates what evidence you can consider and what weight is to be given that evidence. That is simply false. With regard to federal law, it is clear. It is up to the board. It is not up to Verizon's engineer. It's not up to Mr. Olson. They cannot tell you what evidence you can ask for or cannot ask for. This board must make two types of factual determinations. The first type of factual determinations are whether or not the application for the relief they seek meets with the criteria under your code, and whether it would be granting the application would be consistent with the legislative intent behind the code. And that's all clearly set forth in your code. By way of example, in his submissions, Mr. Olson claims that because your code doesn't specifically say you can consider potential adverse impacts on property values, you can't consider it. That is utterly false. In the state of New York, zoning boards across the entire state have for years consider potential adverse impacts on property values, irrespective of whether or not that's listed in your code or not. It's one of the potential adverse impacts. And so you are absolutely within your power to recognize whether or not this will have an adverse impact on property values. And that's also consistent with the OmniPoint case, which I've cited. With regard to the claim that, well, you know what, let me not make sure I'm accurately quoting here. It was alleged by Mr. Olson, some of these are funnier than others, that RF propagation tools which are known to be at least 95% accurate, and drive tests are known to be significantly less accurate. And he asks, why would Mr. Campanelli advocate to use a less accurate tool? Because, and I'm quoting from the letter, because he undoubtedly knows that such information is much less accurate than the analysis submitted by Verizon and will not show the level of detail that RF propagation maps show. This is my favorite part. This is a classic trick used by attorneys hired to oppose wireless applications. And he continues and finally states, for these reasons and the fact that Ms. Campanelli has intentionally tried to mislead the planning board concerning the FCC's view of importance of RF propagation maps. I don't really care what he says about me. If that's how he thinks he should practice law, I don't really care. But I do care about the record, and I need to make sure the record is clear. I have submitted a supplemental set of exhibits, which includes not merely the proposed order of the FCC, but the actual order of the FCC. And the FCC has determined that they will not accept propagation maps alone because they are too easy to be inaccurate. And so in the actual order, which I've now submitted to you, it actually requires an affirmation of actual hard data. When the FCC staff was proposing changes for the order, This is specifically what the FCC says. Quote, the Mobility Fund Phase 2 investigation staff report, however, found that drive testing can play an important role in auditing, verifying, and investigating the accuracy of mobile broadband coverage maps submitted to the Commission. The Mobility Fund Phase 2 investigation staff recommended that the Commission require providers to submit sufficient actual speed test data, sampling that verifies the accuracy of the propagation model used to generate the coverage maps. Last sentence, actual speed test data is critical to validating the models used to generating the maps. They're talking about the same type of propagation modeling that this applicant has submitted to you. This is what the FCC has said. Now, in addition, it is the dispute that currently is going on between the FCC and the wireless industry is all over the internet. It's a matter of public record. I point this out only because I'm accused of trying to mislead the board. Not that I made a mistake. Once again, going back to the original recommendations by the FCC staff, it says, quote, in this section, we propose requiring mobile providers to submit a statistically valid sample of on-the-ground data, i.e. both mobile and stationary drive test data as an additional method to verify mobile providers' coverage maps. That recommendation was adopted by the FCC in its order. What they ordered is as follows. This is the actual order. Fixed wireless service providers that submit coverage maps shall intended to mean it's mandatory, shall provide the following information with their propagation maps and model details. Subparagraph D, affirmation that the coverage model has been validated and calibrated at least one time using on-the-ground testing and or other real-world measurements completed by the provider or its vendor. So the FCC is saying, we're not going to accept your propagation modeling maps anymore without actual data. This is exactly what I represented to you last time. I said the FCC is not accepting propagation maps alone anymore, and I was right. To the extent that someone has tried to mischaracterize what I said, it's disgusting. If that's the way they think they should practice law, so be it. I'm not going to reduce myself to their level. Now, for further information, as is a matter of public record, there have been multiple filings with the FCC, and there have been multiple news reports all over the media. By way of example, in arstechnica.com, an article from August 20th, quote, AT&T and T-Mobile fight speed tests that could prove their coverage maps wrong, end quote. In the statement, in the newspaper, it says, quote, this could prevent repeats of cases in which carriers exaggerated their coverage in FCC filings, which can result in government broadband funding not going to the areas where it's needed most, end quote. These are not my words. It goes on. AT&T has responded. Quote, instead of drive testing, AT&T suggested that the FCC could collect certain confidential tower site local information, which would be a better verification tool compared to drive testing, end quote. It goes on further. Now it talks about the California Public Utilities Commission, which again, I quoted. Mr. Olson tried to mischaracterize what I said, so I'm going to quote from exactly what was submitted to the FCC. Quote, the FCC said that based upon his experience, drive tests are required to capture fully accurate data for mobile wireless service areas, end quote. Quote, in another filing in the FCC in 2019, the CPUC included a graphic showing how the agency's own drive tests in California, they're talking about the California Public Utilities Commission's drive tests, not mine, reveal that the map submitted by one unnamed national carrier dramatically overstated coverage. Quote, we have found such overstatement of mobile providers' submitted coverage footprints to be the case for all providers in all years we conducted tests, end quote. And it goes on and on and on. There are articles all over the internet. Quote, CNET.com, it's a respected news authority. Quote, T-Mobile and AT&T don't want to drive test their coverage claims. And it goes on and on and on. Verizon wrote in recent filing to the FCC, quote, The commission should not require carriers to supplement their mapping submissions with on-the-ground data such as drive test measurements, noting that it only conducts, it's prohibitively expensive. So to the extent that Mr. Olson has suggested that I either tried to mislead the board or that I'm trying to persuade the board to take less accurate data, I respectfully submit that that submission, as with virtually all of his submissions regarding me, are nonsense. I respectfully request that each of the board members review the submissions I gave you and to take whatever Mr. Olson has submitted otherwise with a grain of salt against the light of truth as opposed to his rhetoric. Now, Mr. Olson has also argued that it's my claim that the applicant is required to prove that their proposed installation is the least intrusive least intrusive means of satisfying or remedying a significant gap in service. That's not what I said. I want to make the record clear. My suggestion to the board is you must make two types of factual determinations. One, as I mentioned earlier, does this application meet the criteria under your code, or would it inflict upon nearby property owners the precise types of adverse impacts that you imposed a permit requirement for the specific purpose of preventing? However, whereas here, the applicant claims they have a significant gap, and this facility is a means of remedying that gap, you must make Telecommunications Act determinations. You must determine whether or not this applicant has established that it has a significant gap in personal wireless services and that the proposed installation is the least intrusive means of remedying that gap, and that there are no possible alternative locations. Not because your code requires it, but because if the applicant proves both of those things, they can claim that if you turn their application down, even if it violates your code, you have to grant the application, because denying it would basically affect to what's called an effective prohibition, which would violate federal law. So I am not saying that they have to prove it under your code. I'm saying you must make those two fact-finding determinations, in the absence of which this applicant can file a lawsuit and say, we provided evidence of these two criteria. They made no fact-finding determinations as to whether or not we established those criteria, and thus the town loses by default, and they would win. So just to clarify the record and to dispel the nonsensical allegations submitted by Mr. Olson, I felt constrained to point that out. Finally, when I read his submissions, it's almost as if he's ordering you. The applicant is telling you what types of evidence you can consider, and apparently what weight you can consider, and that if their engineer says they don't have to give you drive test data or drop call data, that they don't have to give it to you. Once again, under federal law, they don't get to make that determination. You do. And I will tell you this for the record. I have been before other boards where Verizon has provided drop call data and drive test data. And there's no reason why they can't provide it here. None. And to the extent there's any veiled threats, perhaps of litigation, I'll leave you with one final note. If, as I suggest, this application is denied because it should be, and this applicant deems it fit to perhaps challenge your denial by perhaps filing a federal lawsuit under the Telecommunications Act, that presents very, very, very little risk to the town. And here's why. Even if an applicant files a federal lawsuit and wins and proves that a town violated the Telecommunications Act, the town doesn't pay them a penny. According to the United States Supreme Court, a prevailing plaintiff in a Telecommunications Act case cannot recover their attorney's fees, nor they recover compensatory damages. The only relief they get is an order directing you to give the permit. So any threat of litigation is a hollow threat. I will leave you with that. And if anybody has any questions, I'd be happy to answer them. And Ms. Chairman, I thank you for affording me a little extra time.
Thank you, sir. Victoria?
So I have a question about the FCC rule, but I just want to point out that it's litigation. Even if we're not paying attorney's fees, there's still a cost to the city. There's always a cost to the city. So, you know, I don't want you to make it sound as if it's free to the city if the city wins. The city still pays its own attorney, no matter what. I have a question about the FCC rule that you keep citing. I tried to read through it, and again, I'm not in, this is a whole telecommunications field of law. It seemed to me that the FCC rule was coming from broadband maps, which had been
Yes.
prepared
Yes.
based on census tracts. And so when a full census tract had a little bit of broadband service, the carrier would, mark a box and say, okay, this whole census tract is served, let's move on. And FCC was requiring more detailed data to try and understand what was actually going on within that census tract, because a small piece could have service and it looked like the whole tract was getting service based on these maps. So the order has to do with broadband service. So how does broadband service relate to cellular service? What's the difference? What's the similarities?
Okay, good question. So let me make it clear. She's right. The whole reason this order came about from the FCC was that the federal government has made money available to the carriers and site developers to fund the build out of wireless infrastructure. And the monies are allocated based upon need. And so allegedly what was transpiring was the wireless, perhaps one or more wireless companies were using propagation modeling to show where their coverage was. And as is alleged in all of the statements from both the California Public Utilities Commission and the newspaper outlets, when they would use computer modeling simply means they use a software program to generate a map which supposedly shows where the coverage is. And what the California Public Utilities Commission says, and what this FCC staff suggested, was that they were using the computer software to exaggerate coverage. And the reason is, if you exaggerate coverage, theoretically, you're entitled to a larger share of the money. And so in theory, they were manipulating the software to show exaggerating more coverage than there is. Now, on the flip side, there are certain local governments who believe, rightfully or wrongfully, that the opposite occurs when they file applications for wireless facilities. Instead of using the propagation modeling software to show too much coverage, they show less coverage. When I first started working on this kind of stuff in earnest, probably 18 years ago, I came across a retired RF engineer. And the RF engineer told me on his first case, they submitted a propagation map for a cell tower. And they said they showed a ring around the cell tower showing the coverage. And what the local board wasn't aware of, what they did was they scaled down the ring. They went to the board and said, this is a map showing the coverage from this tower. But what they actually did is they reduced the size of the ring by 90%. So they represented to the board that the tower only covered 10% of what it actually covered. Here's the bottom line. Since 1996, local governments have enforced smart planning provisions. Again, we need wireless facilities. We need cell towers. People love their iPhones and their iPads. You don't want to ban all wireless facilities. What you want to do is enforce your smart planning provisions to achieve three objectives. Number one, you want carriers like Verizon to saturate the air with coverage so everyone can use the wireless facilities. But number two, you want to minimize the number of facilities you need to provide that coverage. And number three, avoid to the greatest extent possible any unnecessary adverse impacts on individual properties and neighborhoods. Now, how do you do that? Again, local governments have said, look, we're not in a position to ascertain if this spot is the best spot to remedy the gap you have. And we know you pay RF engineers and they can use software and maybe they'll use it the right way and maybe they won't. We don't know, but we know this. If you give us the actual data showing us the signal strengths in geographic areas, that will show us, number one, if there are gaps, number two, exactly where they are, and number three, the geographic boundaries. Now, that doesn't say, it doesn't mean go for drive tests alone. In fact, if you look online, there's a whole slew of companies now that do supplemental drive testing. What they do is they say to carriers or developers, use your propagation map. We will do some sampling and merge the two so you will get a more accurate depiction of the coverage. And at a minimum, that's what more sophisticated. I'm not saying this board is unsophisticated at all, but I'm saying sophisticated boards are requiring more than propagation maps.
Okay, Mr. Campanelli, thank you. So just so I'm understanding, the FCC rule had to do with carriers that were making their maps appear as if they gave more coverage, which is a different issue than we have here. You're talking about maps maybe understating coverage.
Propagation model, yes.
When we were first presented this, a few months back, Mr. Olson or somebody from Verizon explained that dropped call data wouldn't provide the board with any additional information because it's a capacity issue.
Correct. It's a completely different issue.
Right, but you're asking for the drop call data. So is there a different type of data that you're suggesting because it's a capacity issue?
Yes. There are two types of needs which necessitate the installation of new tower. Okay. The first one I just talked about, that's a gap. It's really very simple. A gap in service occurs where there's no coverage in a geographic area. So if you're driving in your car and you drive through an actual gap, you lose your call. That's a gap. A capacity issue is a completely different animal. A capacity issue exists where you have coverage. There's no gap. The whole town is covered, but the system's capacity is maxed out so that during peak periods, perhaps at 5 o'clock when people are driving home and everybody's trying to use the same system at once, the system doesn't have the capacity to handle all the calls. And so you get dropped calls. It doesn't matter where you are. It matters that the time you call. And so how do you prove? What type of hard evidence can you get? Probative evidence to establish whether or not there's a capacity deficiency. And it's easy. The answer is drop call data. The wireless carriers have the power to print out a record of dropped calls. They can pick any area, any point in time, and they can say, look, on February 1st, over in this area, in this 2-mile stretch, we had 3,700 dropped calls. And again, I know this because in other cases they've provided the drop call data and it costs them nothing to produce it.
Okay, so you're agreeing at this point, I'm just trying to keep this all together, that the drive-by data is not really what's relevant, that the drop call data is the relevant data.
If they're only claiming that the problem is a capacity deficiency, then you want drop call data. Yes.
Thank you.
If they're only claiming that it's a capacity issue.
Correct.
Okay, are you guys claiming, Scott, are you claiming it's a capacity issue, a gap issue, or both issues?
We have both issues, and it's more of a capacity issue, but it's also a coverage issue, without a doubt. So, Madam Chairman, since I was referred to as being nonsensical, I want to provide just one example to defend myself from Mr. Campanelli. And because in my notes, he said that I said that.
May I interrupt you just for one moment?
Yep.
I really don't think that your mischaracterizations or Mr. Campanelli's mischaracterizations have anything to do with the application before us right now.
Understood.
I would really like us to stick to the facts, and if you and Mr. Campanelli want to take it outside after the meeting, I invite you to do so. But I really do think that we've got a long agenda. We have a lot of information. You have actually asked us to close this public hearing tonight, and we're still getting information. So if we can, please,
well,
sir.
I won't. All I'll say is I would appreciate equal time. I wouldn't even take equal time. So I just find it a little bit problematic that someone gets to besmirch me and then I don't get the opportunity. But I understand what you're saying. I would strongly encourage you to look at my materials. I've given you specific examples where the courts have told him specifically, you're wrong. And it's in my materials. And he hasn't responded to that. Thank you.
We have read those.
If I may, I don't want to get into it, but you're absolutely wrong. You weren't there on the Descartes case and you're misquoting it. So that being the case.
Actually, that's not true. I was there.
Please, guys, come on. This is Oli Bruning here. Could we just get some regular tone here? Whatever you have between the two of you, you should work that out between yourself, as Betsy was talking about. We have, over 60 people here waiting. So whatever that happens between the two, please take it outside, as we were talking about, work it out. And if you want to create some kind of information, create one single piece of paper where you state your differences, and then we can take it up for debate.
Oh, I understand. I appreciate that
Thank
comment.
you.
Thank
Let's
you.
move on. Thank you.
Who was that talking?
Was only so can we get back to relevant data? The board, do you have questions, or the public, since this is a public hearing, do you have questions that either Scott, Mr. Campanelli, Mike, Tim, that you need answered? Because we have everybody here right now in this moment. Tiffany Garriga.
Well, I just wanted, I had my hand up a while ago, and I just wanted to state the fact that I heard when Mr. Steve asked a question about the communication to the residents as far as letters, he stated no. And then when Teresa asked about it, he said, oh, the only thing he receives was letters that was thank yous or around in that sort. And then asked again, and he said, oh, then he received maybe one notification about noise. So I just wanted to make a suggestion and also ask a question. So for the communication, and I know you also stated that COVID had played a part in this, but you do have people that work in the office and also reside in the building, if I'm not mistaken. And what we had did when this proposal had first came about, and we had made sure we were COVID safe, and we went in and we distribute flyers under everyone's door. And whatever couldn't go under the door, we left in between the doorknobs. And the question was asked about replacing a tower if need be, if it was on top of the roof of Providence Hall, and the safety of the wiring, of the protection of the towers and not the residents. And then first you said your maintenance would check it out, but then you said it's Verizon's responsibility. Verizon, I don't assume that Verizon would be there within 24 hours or less to resolve any issue. And what if the tenant started complaining about having headaches? What would be your outreach to resolve that issue with Verizon and the tenants, since you have a whole building of senior citizens?
Yes, and thank you for those questions. The specifically to answer, if I believe you had kind of three questions there, and I'll make it as quick as I can. Um, when I mentioned about notices from the residents and thank you notices and concern notices, they were derived from questions from the board and individuals specifically asking what type of notices I've received. Now, they're not all thank you notes. I mean, I did stress that they might be maintenance related, and I only, like I said, received a handful, if any, from this cell tower. So there are a variety of letters I have received, not to specific. So, and then you mentioned about maintenance going on the roof. Maintenance does round. Their responsibility to go through rounds, whether that's walking around the front of the building. They do go on top of the roof, and if they were to see damage on anything, whether it's the roof or we're talking about the tower itself, they would contact our management, and then we would reach out specifically, it was related to Tower 2 Verizon. Now, we've have AT&T, who's been on our other properties, has been very responsive to us regarding anything. And it's been very, very rare that we've had to reach out. We had a big storm down in College Park, Maryland, where one of the little pieces looked like it was flapping, and within a week they were there to repair it. I can't speak to the nature of how fast they'll send a tech out, but from my experiences, it's been very few, far between, but very responsive. And to your question about headaches and such, unfortunately, I'd have to refer back to specialists. If there's a report of a headache from one resident, and or let's just say if it becomes a trend, by all means, we'd probably try to consult with a different outside, than Verizon or so, just to see what might be going on. But I really can't speak to the nature of what would cause a headache or not. I'm unfortunately not in that area of specialty. But if there's any issue, which we have not seen in any of the properties. But I mentioned rattling, that was an example. If there was a resident that was on the top floor and had the window open and they heard rattling, we would try to figure out what was causing that. Thank you.
Kitty, you've had your hand up. Kitty Mackey.
Oh, thank you. This is for Scott Olson. I believe John Cody asked you, as well as other board members at the last meeting, to try to research some alternative sites. I would like to know if you've done that and if you have come up with any.
Yes, we specifically looked at the sites that Mr. Cody referenced, and we provided documentation on both of those sites. One was I can't remember the first name, but it was a T building.
Ernie
Yep.
T.
And the other was the Verizon Wireless building. And because those buildings, especially the T building, is much lower in elevation than the current property, and because that building is only one story, we've provided the analysis that shows that neither of those properties will come close to providing the coverage alone that we would need.
Okay, I get that. The other question was the area of where the industrial buildings are of the city of Hudson, which is near the dog park, near the T building. Why can't you build a tower? Why is that so horrendous? I mean, I don't get it. Why can't you put? Thank you.
Can you come to some of my other meetings where I have towers proposed? Because that's not the response you typically get.
That's not. How much higher could they be?
I'm joking around with you. Sorry.
Okay. That's okay. I'm sorry.
What's that, Laura? What'd you say?
I said, you just.
Is that the third comment you accused me of treating women differently?
Yes.
I think you need to recuse yourself. You clearly are biased against me in this application. That's ridiculous. And I object to that.
Let me say something, Scott, mister. I am not a woman who has swallowed her own voice in deference to men. So don't you talk to me like that. And don't you tell me what I need to recuse myself from.
I'm responding to you the manner in which you spoke to me. I don't care if you're a woman, a man, or a child. You don't speak to other people that way. I was
telling me how to speak to people.
Whoa.
I was adding some levity to that, so I apologize for the joke. Let me answer the question.
You joked with her you did respond with a joke, and she wasn't joking, and you knew it.
Not at all.
Let's just please move on. I am not recusing, but please tell me how to.
Okay, all right. I'm going to mute people if we have to go on it.
I would like to answer the question. If I may.
Answer, please.
Yeah, the answer is very seriously. We follow the law as provided in the code. The code has a mandatory citing hierarchy.
Excuse me, Scott. I thank you. I don't mean to interrupt, but I know all of that. But if a code 3 is preferable to a code 2, you can go down to the code 3. And I would think that in this instant, with the amount of pushback on Providence Hall, that to build a tower, which is priority 3, in an area that is industrial, would be far superior. I just don't get it.
And I understand that your concern. The problem is the legislature of your local city doesn't believe that. When they establish the hierarchy, they prefer co-location. So when you say the number 3, which I'm assuming the third hierarchy, which is a new tower.
Yes.
That's not preferable under your code.
Separate and apart from the preferences, though, can you just address the substance of the question? They're asking whether Harney T is a viable alternative.
Oh, I'm sorry. I thought I answered
that.
No,
I'm not. You just said it wasn't. If it isn't, it isn't. I don't know. I just want to know why. How high could a tower be that you would construct? And I believe our code says you can go to a 3 if a 2 isn't preferable. But anyway, I just don't.
That's correct. If there were another viable location, the board could consider
I think
a different priority location. That's true.
I'd
All
like
right,
to,
So Scott, I do have a question for you on this subject, and that is, we're trying very hard to find the best solution for Hudson. And even as Mr. Campanelli referred, we don't want to, we want the coverage here. We're not trying to say Verizon isn't welcome in Hudson.
right.
So what we're trying to do very hard is figure out how we can make this work where the antennas do not appear in a residential area, if at all possible. And so far, all you've given us is a lot of no's. And a lot of it can't be done, or gosh, no one else wants a tower built in their town. Why do you want a tower built in yours? So would you be willing to work on us with us on finding an alternative spot? That is the question.
No one's, we've looked at every alternative spot that has been identified. And what's frustrating from my point of view is that we're following your code. That's what your code tells us to do. I understand that you have neighbors that don't want this. I think a really, really big concern is perceived health effects. I mean, there's tons of information on the record. You know, Mr. Campanelli suggested that, you know, if there are adverse impacts associated with this, he keeps saying that, the neighbors say that, but what are the impacts?
Did
What
you answer
are they?
Betsy's question?
Wait,
Betsy asked
Chairwoman,
you, would you be willing to work with us?
We have an application
Another
pending
location.
for this. If you have an alternative that you have identified, let us know. We've considered every alternative, but we're not going to move away from this if no alternatives can be identified that will work. I don't know. Does that,
Chairwoman, given the large number of people here, perhaps we should try and take comment without answering, and then at the end, all of the different consultants can answer any questions that were raised. Otherwise, I'm not sure we're going to get through. I didn't realize there's 73 people here.
Yeah, I know it. And we've already been on this for almost an hour and a half.
John has a comment.
John Cody.
I have a question. The Verizon building is at a higher altitude than Providence Hall. Providence Hall is downhill and I didn't get a sense of why that building couldn't be used from your comment.
sure. If you looked at the information that we submitted, and if you want, I can share this screen. So I'm looking at it right now. If you would like, I'll do that quickly.
That'd be great.
Okay. Just bear with me. I'm just going to hit share. Okay. I think. Wait a minute. Okay, there we go. Is that, can everybody see it?
Yes.
Yeah.
Okay. So this is, I'm not going to go through the whole analysis, but this will give you a snapshot of why we can't use it. This is the proposed site. And this green color is the 2100 megahertz signal that will transmit from this site at that height. We move down. This is the Verizon rooftop site. And it's this, I'm going to call it hot pink or something like that. I'm not great with colors. You'll notice significant difference in service. That's why it doesn't work. We're not getting the coverage alone.
And can you tell me why?
I would have to ask Rick that question. I can only point you to this.
Because it is at a higher altitude than Providence Hall.
Yeah, so, I said, you want me to
Go ahead.
respond?
I'm sorry, go ahead.
Okay, no problem. Yeah, no, it's just, the fact is that the building itself is lower, and it's surrounded by other buildings that are just as tall or taller, or whatever the case may be down there. So it's just, it doesn't propagate out as far is the issue. So like, as you know, the building that we're proposing to go on is significantly higher. And that's really, the bottom line on this.
But the building on Union Street is at a higher altitude than the building on Columbia Street.
Right, right. The building itself, like ground level, may be a higher altitude, but the altitude of the building itself doesn't protrude above the building.
I'm saying, from ground level, the building on Union Street is at a higher altitude than Providence Hall is at the level it's at on Columbia Street. You have to go up a hill from Columbia Street to Warren, and then it gains altitude as you go up Warren Street to the post office.
Did somebody
So I'm not getting
visit the building?
Pardon?
Did somebody at Verizon actually visit the building that you're talking about, that John's talking about? Did an
Yes.
actual person go visit
So
that building?
I didn't physically go down there this time, no. But what we do is we take the lat and long of the building, and then we take what's called the ACL, which is the antenna center line. We run that basically at what the top of the roof is, the top of the roof of the building. So it gives you an accurate depiction of not only ground level, the location, and the antenna center line. So it's all based on that, where that antenna center line is. So with that in mind, the antenna center line on that building is lower than the antenna center line on the 119 Columbia Street.
But Rick, wouldn't that change if the antenna were taller?
I'm sorry, say it again.
Wouldn't that data change if the antenna were taller?
The antenna itself was taller?
Yes.
No, well, I mean, the antennas are, basically they come usually 4, 6, and 8 feet tall. It's an 8-foot tall antenna. The height of the antenna doesn't really change. I just want to make sure I'm following. You mean the actual height of the antenna, or the height that the antenna is mounted on?
Yeah, the height the antenna is mounted on.
Yes, the height of the antenna is mounted on, yes. Whatever that rad center is what it's called. Wherever that is does affect it. So, for example, like if we could go on, what Scott's showing now is on a Verizon building. If there was a way to go on that roof, but go 50 feet higher than that roof, it would propagate a whole lot better. But being on the roof itself, it doesn't. And actually, I think Mike Musso may want to comment on it as well.
Yeah, I think it's an important point. I'd like to. I just wanted to let, well, starting with Ms. Mackey's comment and the board comments, I did do another recon of the city yesterday, in fact. We had received these coverage maps on Friday. I certainly want to take a look at them and look at the topography, Harney T, Dock Street area, but also this Verizon building as well. So I also walked around Union, the courthouse. There's a church in the area. There are some other, as the planning board and the residents know as well as anyone, there are some historic properties nearby. There's also Cherry Alley, and I'm amazed by the alleys in Hudson. They're quite unique. But to answer John's question also, there was a mounting height assumed based similar to the mounting height of antennas at Providence Hall. Remember too, and I have photos that I could include, that Verizon building at 420 Union, the roof is pitched. It's not a flat roof. There'd be another framing system. I'd be concerned about the visual, but I'd also be concerned about, backing up to an alley with residential homes on it. And I think the diminishment in this purple area that we're seeing is based on building clutter. That is certainly going to block signal going to the north and going towards the waterfront to the west. So I could talk to that more. We got these maps on Friday and I did a recon yesterday, but I do expect to talk to that a little bit more.
Thanks.
Thank you.
If I might, Lauren's iPhone has been, you've been very patient. Lauren's iPhone.
Hi, thanks so much. I'm a community member and a farmer. Can you hear me okay?
Yeah.
Yep.
I'm just putting my kids to bed, so I'm trying to step out for a second. The quick comment that I wanted to make is that I heard and I'm sorry, I'm not good with the names of the folks that are on the call, but whoever is representing the property manager owner who's speaking, I heard him say that if damage is pointed out by the residents, is seen by the residents, then it will be resolved. And it just made me so upset. And I wanted to point out just like why this whole process is probably being questioned is because it seems like the residents are being asked to do the job of providing safe space, and that's completely inappropriate. So why would residents trust that this is going to be a safe project if in effect you are saying, oh, if there's any problems, let us know. If you think that there's a safety aspect, let us know. Like, that is your job to determine if there's safety risks or issues with your building. That is not the job of the residents. That's all I wanted to say.
Hello,
Yes,
can
Kath.
I speak?
Yes,
Can I
Kath
speak, please?
Pomponio.
Yes,
You
my
introduce
name is Kathy Pomponio, and I am the project manager on this project for Verizon. And I just would like to say, and I know that there's a lot of questions. I know it's a public hearing. I know a lot of people are asking a lot of questions. And I would just like to suggest you guys have hired Mr. Musso to represent the municipality, right?
My God.
Mr. Musso has written a very extensive tech memo. And I would just, to me, should we be reviewing Mr. Musso's tech memo that may answer a lot of these questions in advance? It may help the residents that are attending this public hearing to understand the project better. And I'm just suggesting it's your meeting. You can do what you want. I'm just suggesting that it may be helpful for Mr. Musso to weigh in on this.
Thank you. Sam, you had a question?
Yes, I had a question for Mr. Musso, if he has actually vetted the data, that the raw data provided, has raw data been provided to him by Verizon, and has the ATOL wireless engineering software been provided to him so that he could vet the propagation map and other data that Mr. Sahaki has produced? Because theoretically, that's what should happen. I mean, we can't just accept that, okay, these are the propagation maps, these are the capacity charts. Yeah, they're all great. No, I think what has to happen is that the data have to be provided and the software has to be provided, and the expert, that would be, in this case, Mr. Musso, would have to test them and make sure that everything was correct. And I haven't seen anything produced that actually confirms, verifies the data that we have been shown.
Mike,
and I have to also add that even though Mr. Sahaki is called an RF engineer third class, I do not believe that he is actually a telecommunications engineer with an advanced degree. And correct me if I'm wrong. I don't think I am.
Mike, would you please respond?
Yeah, so I'll answer the first question. The raw data and the Forks Atoll software, no, we didn't replicate it.
Why not?
Because your code doesn't require it.
That's not a valid response in my
No
opinion.
Well, maybe let me finish.
Sorry, I apologize.
That's all right. That's okay. I understand. I've looked at probably 5,000 or 10,000 coverage maps since 2020. I've worked with, if you want to go back to, well, Verizon and AT&T have been around, Metro PCS and T-Mobile. Metro PCS was, of course, merged or acquired. T-Mobile and Sprint are now together. Singular was on the scene, you might remember. Maybe you had a phone by Singular a few years ago. VoiceStream and OmniPoint, predecessors of T-Mobile, Cellular One, who's been in the area. I've worked firsthand with not Mr. Sahaki before, but the folks in his shop from Verizon. I understand the assumptions that go into the coverage maps, things like tree line, building line and clutter, link budget, population. We had a supplemental memo. There is a correlation between capacity and use and population and land use and transportation corridors and things like that. You know, Sam, HDR has made a commitment, and I've been doing it since 2000, I guess. We only work for municipalities. We've made that decision. Of course, I still believe it's for the better. I think this is very rewarding work that we do, but we don't work for the industry. And that's part of the reason that to afford a license to run a model and maintain a model and calibrate it, we'd have to be running coverage maps weekly. And we don't design networks. It's up to Verizon. It's not up to the city. It's not up to me to design an applicant's It's like me asking me to redesign a building foundation for a development building that's in front of the planning board. So I note my experience over the years to you. The planning board certainly has my CV, and during the proposal stage of being offered to work on behalf of the city, which I'm thankful for, those things were vetted. But I don't replicate data. I will say for towers over the years, there's been instances where coverage maps were not provided, and we actually set up a mini model based on things like topography and tree lines around that tower. And we're able to calibrate and to confirm coverage maps over time. So I'm very familiar. I've had training with power and frequency. I understand high band, low band. And just over the years, I've had experience with how these applications have evolved and frankly, how the modeling software has evolved over time. So I don't have raw data in front of me, but my experience in looking at maps, my experience in looking at land use and topography, ground elevation and building elevation is what I use to ground truth those maps. And the maps, by the way, and this is still something that needs to be vetted by the planning board, and I think the planning board's attorney. There's been an awful lot of back and forth on probative evidence regarding coverage maps and regarding capacity charts. Two different things that both play into this application. So I'll leave it at that. I will fall back on what the city's code says and what's required and what the role of review is on this. And I think the other question, Ms. Simchenko, I think was directed toward Mr. Sahaki.
Yes, I noted that it doesn't appear that he is a telecommunications engineer, but he is an RF engineer third class, which is basically a title given to him by Verizon. And I think in our discussions about experts, I'm sorry, I don't think he is qualified to have that title as an expert. I really don't.
Just to be clear, there is no such thing as a telecommunications professional engineer.
Yes, there is. You look it up. Google it right now.
I'm sorry, unless it's changed. Mike, are you aware of
It
that?
has changed. Yes, it has.
You have electrical engineers, structural engineers.
Electrical, civil.
Ma'am, I'm
yes.
speaking. You have electrical engineers, structural engineers. You have civil engineers. You have mechanical engineers. If I'm wrong, I haven't
You are
checked in a
wrong.
while, but there are no licensed professional telecommunications engineers.
Yes, there are.
Okay, then I'll look it up to make sure. But
Hello?
the last I checked, there wasn't.
Yes, there are.
Okay,
Hello, this is Kathy again. I just want to let you know, I've got to leave this meeting to attend another meeting in the city of Beacon. I would just like to say that I would hope that the structure of this meeting, I mean, really, Ms. Gramchow, questions should be directed towards the board and back. I mean, it shouldn't be residents to our, to our staff. It should be direct questions should be relayed through the board. And with that, I really have to go.
Thank you for joining us.
I thank you for allowing me to attend. And we're committed to working with you. That much I will say. Okay.
All right. Thank you.
Thank you.
Board and John Cody, did you have another question?
Just have one more question for Mike. In the past, Mike, on top of the Verizon building, they had a microwave tower that was huge. And they also had cell towers until they were moved to the hospital. So if you could check that, there may be a platform on top of that if those things were there. So just out of my curiosity, if nothing else.
I will look into that, Mr. Cody. Thank you. There is a platform on the the eastern pitch of the roof. Right. And I couldn't tell what it was, and I suspect that's maybe what it is, but I will try to find out about that for you.
Thanks.
Chairwoman, there's a comment from David Konigsberg. He's looking to speak.
Just let me just really quickly, and just Mike, in reference to what John just said, I'm not sure that I understood if, in consideration of that Verizon building, if the topography was considered in terms of the height. Because
Yes,
John,
the model that's used, and again, we just got this on Friday, those two sets of coverage maps, one for Harney T, one for the Verizon building. What goes into the input in the Atoll software, ground elevation, roof elevation, and then Mr. Sahaki's assumption on a mounting height above. And those are in the materials. I just haven't had a chance to review them, but they are created, Ms. Margolis, in a similar way as the several other maps that have been generated, other alternates, and for the proposed site. So I will take a look at that and opine on it.
If I could jump in here, we're going quite long here. I have a question for Scott. Would you be willing to work with us to find a decent alternative that clearly it must be very, very evident to you by now, and Mr. Lamberto, that the residents of Hudson are really not in favor of siting this equipment on top of Providence Hall. So how can we work together to find a place in the city that will accommodate your needs for coverage and our need to protect our citizens and keep the peace?
Well, I wish Kathy was still on because she ultimately makes that decision. So I can go back to her and relay that.
Well, she did say her parting comment was that she wanted to work with us, and that's why I'm bringing this up.
The problem, and that's great. The only problem is, and I'm not saying this to be argumentative, but a lot of times the grass is not always greener on the other side. I've been involved in situations where we have moved sites, and I apologize, my light battery just went off, so I'm dark, but we've done that and moved to other sites, and I'm actually in a situation right now in Saugerties, and the same thing happens where the ZBA is like, yes, you need to move to another site, and there's as much, if not more, uproar about that. But I'll talk to Kathy.
Okay.
Express.
Can Betsy communicate with Kathy? Is that possible, or does everything go through you, Scott?
Betsy is the chairwoman of the planning board. She can do what she wants, but I can let Kathy know.
All right, would you please, Scott? Clearly, I don't think we've reached the end of this conversation, unfortunately, and yet your shot clock is about to run out, and Kathy has proposed that maybe we work together to find a solution, which I don't want to speak for my board, but I think I can in this situation say that we would be very anxious to speak with you and work this out so that because we are not opposed to Verizon being here. We are not opposed to wireless coverage. There is a problem with this site. And we're reasonable people, we're smart people, and I think we can come up with a mutually agreeable solution to this problem.
I will pass that along to Kathy. Listen, my frustration, and I apologize because people are frustrated with me. I get it. Is just that we just try to follow the law, but I hear what you're saying. I'm not going to argue. That's why we keep saying, I don't get this. We're following what the city board of trustees have said.
We understand, but
okay.
Laws sometimes aren't written with every person in mind, and I think we need to be flexible here if we can.
Can I make a quick comment, Betsy?
Yes, Clark.
Related to city law, I believe, and I understand that there's clear code. My sense is there's some language, and I think we articulated this last meeting where, hindsight's 2020, but wouldn't have been great if Verizon came to us at the beginning of this and said, let's work with the community and find a site. And I think a lot of this animosity, a lot of this back and forth, a lot of the public comments would not be as hostile towards Verizon if they clearly made an effort from day one to do what we're asking to do now. And just looking at some of the city code, again, I think there's probably some interpretation, but there's a language basically saying the applicant shall submit a written report demonstrating the applicant's review of the above locations, plural, in order of priority, demonstrating the technological reason for a site selection. If appropriate, based on selecting the site of lower priority, a detailed written explanation as to why sites of higher priority were not selected shall be included with the applications. It surely seems to me the spirit, if not the letter of the law, points to doing a selection process And I want to make one comment too, where, you know, when the owner, God love him, the owner of Providence Hall says, lots of carriers are coming to us, what it says to me is essentially that process of finding a location is, you know, let's look for a building that might be the least politically problematic for us, as opposed to going through a site selection process. So when the owner reveals to us that there's multiple carriers coming to them to try to site telecommunications equipment, what it says to me is that they're essentially deferring to, again, I get it that it's a higher, it's a taller building, but it's basically the bump from one low-income building to another low-income building without, in my view, this is my opinion, that without a thorough review of what other options are. I know now the planning board is stuck in the position of saying, well, have you considered this? Well, my view is it should have been in their lap to begin with, to look for, working with us, look for locations that would be best suited for the city of Hudson. What has happened is one site was picked and huge amount of efforts is now being put forward with massive community pushback because a site selection process was circumvented by deciding on one site that probably would work best. And when Verizon has said, yes, let's look at some other sites, again, my only sense is, why didn't this happen earlier on? And there certainly might be other places that we could look to working with the community. To your point, Betsy, I just wanted to reiterate that it seems to make sense for this project and all projects to come to us early to discuss our concerns.
We did not pick this building because of any specific characteristic of a residence or the residents. We didn't pick it because it was low income. We didn't pick it, you know, if it was high income, we wouldn't pick it because it's high income. We picked it because it's, again, your code and the height. And it suits our needs. And we felt that if we're code compliant and it's technically feasible, we thought it was a win-win.
We understand, and I think you now understand that the win-win wasn't really on both sides. So,
Well, and the board has not made any decisions yet.
That's correct. But I think he's heard public sentiment, which would indicate that if we can work together to find an alternate site, that would be preferable. So
I will touch base.
Why don't you touch base with Kathy and get back to Victoria and me?
I will definitely do that.
Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. All right.
Thank you.
So do we need a motion to continue this public hearing?
So there were other folks that did want to make comments. I saw there was a David Konigsberg who was trying to comment. I mean, do you just want to give other people a few minutes or?
Yeah, David, I can read his comment. He said, health concerns are the most important, but what about property? It's obvious that this project is not anything that we residents want in our neighborhood. I'm tired of hearing it can happen because of the city code. And to which Tiffany Garriga replied, exactly, it suits their needs. No. Kitty, you have your hand up. Did you have something else you wanted to share? Or is that a leftover hand up?
I think it's a leftover.
Okay, anybody else? So Victoria, do we continue this public hearing then? Is that how we handle this?
Yes, I mean, you understand that the shot clock does expire next month.
Yep.
Scott, can you check with Verizon? We'd like to request an extension of that shot clock based on the need to continue the hearing tonight.
Yes, I'll check with Kathy. Do you have a proposed date?
We get back to you about that?
You
6
may.
months.
6 months? No. Sorry.
Well, I mean,
to your benefit.
The trouble here is that the board is asking you to look at alternate sites.
I'm sorry. I'll ask Kathy.
And then you'll get back to Victoria and me. So for the time being, we will continue this public hearing until next month. I'm sorry, I don't have the date in front of me.
13th of April, I believe.
13th of April.
Because we did the shot clock to coincide with that.
Thank you, Scott. You're exactly right.
You're welcome.
So we will continue this. Do I have a motion, please, to continue the public hearing at the April 13th meeting?
So moved.
Thank you, Teresa. John, would you like to second that?
Second.
Okay. Board, all in favor, say aye, please.
Aye.
Aye.
Okay. Thank you all. Thank you for your patience with us tonight. We will move on. And Mr. Lamberto, thank you for joining us. May I have a motion and a motion to open the public hearing for 6575 North 7th Street and 708 State Street. This is a site plan application from Galvin Initiatives Foundation for a mixed-use building on the North 7th Street lot and a mixed-use building on the State Street lot. May I have a motion? Steve, thank you. May I have a second, please? Teresa, okay. I did want to let everybody know that all correspondence received to date, including that was received today, has been posted on the planning board portion of the city website. And Charlie Gottlieb did send me some new concept drawings today, so I'm sure he and or Dan will be sharing their screen to share that with us. I want to thank you all for being so patient with us. That went long.
Sure. In a prior life, I did some telecommunications work, so I completely understand.
Okay, good.
Say no more.
I've since moved on.
Congratulations. So Charlie, Dan, I'm not sure which one of you wants to take the lead here.
Sure, I'll start. And we do have a small presentation just for the benefit of the members of the public, so they can kind of see what's going on in case this is the first meeting that they've witnessed.
Thank you. Well, this is the first public hearing, so I appreciate the information for them. Thank you.
So we have Dan Kent, Galvin Initiatives, Andy Didio, Andy, I hope I pronounced that correctly, Walter Chatham, and Patrick Moore. Patrick is from Baxter. He's the general contractor who will answer some of the construction related questions. We were before the board at February 9th meeting. At that meeting, we had some comments from the fire department. We had some comments from the board and some comments from some members of the public. So we submitted a supplemental submission. We're kind of a work in progress, as you can tell, trying to answer some of these questions. And I'm just going to briefly run through what our submission was and then hand it over to the development team to go through everything.
I'll share my screen now, Charlie, so you can have the list up here, okay?
Oh, great, the aesthetics.
Yep.
So tonight's a public hearing. So what we fully expect to do is just listen to the public comments, and then we are going to take copious notes, and we will respond to each public comment in writing. So to save time tonight, we won't do it back and forth. We'll make sure everything is in writing and we'll submit that to the board as we continue.
Thank you.
We would also like to point out that we have received 35 letters of support for this project, and we've submitted that to the planning board. I've been doing land use.
Posted, by the way, on the city website.
Okay, great. Yeah. I've been doing land use and development for I think about 10 or 11 years now, and I've never had an application receive 35 letters of support. A lot of people that are in support of a project don't come out and say they're in support of a project. So that was really exciting to see, and I think an important thing to note. We also coordinated our secret review. So at the planning board's discretion, we sent out the secret coordination letters. We would expect agencies within 30 days. And when we submit our response to comments, we'll also respond to any comments we received from those other agencies. The Common Council, the Historic Preservation Commission, the DEC, and so forth.
Charlie, what day did you send them out?
We sent them out on February 12th.
And we have the receipts, the FedEx receipts in the packet, Victoria.
I submitted an affidavit as well as the receipts. In that submission, we had Pat's group from Baxter submit a construction sequencing plan outlining the timeline of construction, as well as a construction staging plan for this board to look at. Please note, those are very draft, right? Things during construction change all the time. One of the other things we talked about with Galvin was creating a hotline for residents to call during the construction process. They could call, leave a message, talk to someone, and have their concerns addressed. Something fell in the road, something's blocking the sidewalk, so forth. On to the more hot topic, parking. So we submitted a revised parking study, and we'll have Mark from Creighton Manning go into that. but I wanted to explain my submission a little bit. We took a look at local law 2 of 2019, which eliminates parking requirements in this zoning district in the city of Hudson. So I wanted to figure out, what is that law? Why was it created? So that law says that the planning board shall not require minimum parking requirements. So I was trying to figure out, so what does that mean? And what it means to me is that puts the burden on the applicant. And a lot of other municipalities are doing this. The city of Albany does it. The village of Portchester in Westchester County does it. And so it means it puts the burden on the applicant. So show us what your demand is for parking and show us how it is met or how it is not met. And then if it's not met, then you would require off-street parking, or the applicant would provide off-street parking. So we've demonstrated through Mark's office at Creighton Manning, you know, our expert, that the parking demand here, which is based on ITE standards, is met through a variety of on-street parking, municipal parking, and so forth. And this is exactly what that local law is designed to do. Let's utilize on-street parking so we can build up our urban spaces. And if you look at that local law of 2019, the reasons why it was enacted are to encourage economic development, facilitate downtown development, and most importantly, I went back through the meeting minutes of the Common Council, and the Common Council, of course, did SECRA when they enacted that local law. And they found that local law is not going to result in any adverse environmental impacts. So these are just concepts I would like the planning board to keep in mind as we go through this, you know, parking adventure, as to what is required, what the demand is, what the need is, and so forth. Now, that said, tonight, Dan and the team is going to present a very preliminary concept of where we think we can add some additional off-street parking spaces, specifically for the development that is nearby the project. This is, you know, very new concept. You know, I was just on the phone on Friday about Dan with it, and then the team from Taconic put together a concept plan. And we will continue to address this concept plan through the SECRA process. So we'll study the environmental impacts of this new parking plan as well. But what the parking study tells us is, under a worst case scenario, we have sufficient parking with a combination of on-street and municipal lots and so forth. Notwithstanding the fact that we have sufficient parking under a worst case scenario, we're proposing mitigation that gives us a much greater benefit. So it gives the planning board hopefully that layer of security that it's looking for, that the project's not going to result in an adverse impact related to parking. And I'll let Mark go into more detail about that. And lastly, we have a revised set of site plans that are based off of comments we received from the fire department. So Andy will go through those. And that said, the lawyer portion of the presentation tonight is hopefully over. So
Thank you, Charlie. So at that, we're going to ask each of our project team members to provide some updates in more detail, and we'll present some of the key documents that was submitted in the package that Charlie just described. So at that, I'd like to introduce Patrick Moore from Baxter, who's going to talk through some of the construction planning documents that we submitted. Patrick?
Great. Thanks, Dan. My name is Pat Moore. As you know now, I'm the Director of Construction at RL Baxter Building Corp. We're located in Poughkeepsie, New York, a short drive away. We've been up to the site a couple of times. We're very excited about what's going on. We do very similar work to this all the time on busy city streets in cities like Poughkeepsie and Beacon, that there's some similarity to this site. So we're very comfortable with what we're looking at here. And it's not a simple project, but it's the right project for us. We put together a schedule that's pretty high level. It kind of starts with an early phase of site preparation, demolition of existing structures, and then site utilities. And that's really the section that I think most folks may be interested in, because there'll be some disturbances to the roadways as we bring services in and out to the sites. We would try to do that as quickly as possible and then roll into the actual building construction where eventually we start building both buildings concurrently. And we do have that at an 18-month schedule. It's certainly subject to some change, but that's what we would like to accomplish, as well as Galvin, and we think that's doable. If you want to go to the next slide, Dan. So we prepared a site logistics plan, and it's not very complicated. I think the message here, the key takeaway, is that we're trying to keep construction activities within the construction site. And we've located cranes, we've located our entrances in ways that we can minimize the use of roadways if we're traveling from one site to another one with a forklift or a truck. We're comfortable with the access that we do have in and out of the job site, and there will be times when we do need to extend ourselves into the roadway, and we did prepare just a little visual of what that would look like, and that's on the next view. And we're showing here that we may end up with some lane closures on North 7th Street, and if we do that, we would do what we need to do to maintain at least one lane of traffic. And we're particularly concerned about the public members of the public that live on North 7th Street, as well as the fire department. So those changes will be, as we make any changes to what we're doing here and we have to implement this plan, we will communicate that with the fire department, neighbors, the police department, public works, like that. That's all part of our programming on our projects. So we're happy with where this is. Of course, things happen in construction, but we feel like with full-time supervision on the project and building some relationships with local entities and some members of the public, that we can manage this thing and bring it in safely and quickly. Thanks.
Thank you, Patrick. At that, I'm going to turn it over to Mark Nadolny from Creighton Manning, the traffic engineer, who's going to walk through this chart, which summarizes the updates that were made to the parking study in response to some of the feedback that we received from the planning board and neighbors and the fire department. So, Mark.
Thanks, Dan. As Dan noted, we did expand our original parking assessment that was conducted during the non-winter months in order to address some of those concerns from the board. That original assessment, however, did show that more than adequate parking supply was available to meet the anticipated demand of the site over, during the summer and during those non-winter months. However, based on those comments from the board, we did reevaluate those parking additions during the winter months. We also reassessed the parking demand for the site to see what it was based on the current uses under the consideration for approval. The original assessment looked at 157 units, while the actual proposal before the board is only 138 units. So based on that updated unit count, the site would require about 134 parking spaces overnight. And since the site is providing 6 successful spaces on site, that would then lower that need down to about 128 off-site parking spaces. So that was included in that letter. Now, it should be noted that we also did observe parking conditions associated with the Bliss Tower apartment complex, which showed that the parking demand rates for affordable units within the city of Hudson is actually quite a bit lower than the national average. And if that parking demand for the affordable units, was associated with the depot district, and it was based on that rate, that would actually reduce the number of required spaces for this development down to 100 instead of 134. But we did keep that higher number just in order to provide that sort of worst case scenario. We then did conduct observations during winter months on 2 occasions on odd and even days to determine the effects that alternate side parking has on parking supply and demand in the city within that approximate 5-minute walking radius of the site. It was determined that worst case conditions do occur on even days. However, there was still adequate supply to not only meet existing demand, but also the demand of the site. And this table here shows you that there would be about 15 to 16 available parking spaces on even and odd days during the winter conditions. That doesn't take into account the lower parking rate of affordable housing in the city or any of the improvements or potential changes for parking that we had recommended. One of those potential changes was adding on-street parking on 7th Street on the east side of the road during winter months. That would add some parking in the city to accommodate the alternate side parking conditions. Clarifying some of the parking restrictions within the municipal lot that could increase the available supply. And the big one that Charlie had noted earlier is the fact that the applicant has closed on the property on 6th and Washington that would add 40 new sort of, quote unquote, on-site parking spaces totally dedicated for the Depot District residents. So now it's not that they're not providing any parking, they're providing, upwards of 46 parking spaces, directly associated with those residents. So not all of the demand of the site it would need to be provided with the available supply of on-street parking. So we feel confident that there is available and adequate parking within the city. And I'm going to turn it back over to Dan here to kind of go through that parking, the parking lot that they've been able to acquire over the last couple of days here.
Great, thank you, Mark. And in addition to that, I wanted to offer some follow-up to members of the planning board since we received. I'm sorry, we're getting some background.
Can we just ask that if you're not speaking, that you mute yourself, please?
Thank you, Victoria. So I wanted to give you all an update since there were some suggestions from planning board members on potential opportunities to partner with other property owners who currently have an abundance of parking spaces near the project site. So we reached out to the Columbia County in connection with the Department of Social Services parking lot spaces. Unfortunately, those are used at a significant degree by their current staff, so they wouldn't be able to offer those spaces to us. We also expressed our interest to the City of Hudson in acquiring the lot that they own on Washington Street at the end of North 7th, expressing our interest in acquiring that lot and developing it to provide parking. We also met with the owners of One Hudson City Center, the building with the Key Bank and the big parking lot right across from the project site. Unfortunately, they were not interested in leasing spaces to the project. In addition to those efforts, we also were successful in closing on purchasing the property. It's a kind of auto garage on the corner of North 6th and Washington Streets. And Taconic Engineering produced this very early conceptual plan showing that we can create 40 dedicated parking spaces on that lot. As you'll see, there's a kind of curved line on the site plan. That's where the lot kind of drops off into an embankment. So we're really creating as many spaces as we can here without disrupting the building and the surrounding green area, and without having to change any of the topography on the other side of the lot. So this produces 40 spaces, and our goal here is we want to preserve a level of convenience for not only the residents of the Depot District buildings, but also for the surrounding neighbors. So this is, part of our broader effort to help meet the demand for parking and the interest in convenient parking by purchasing this lot. So with that, I will now turn it over to Andy from Taconic, who's going to talk through some of the changes we've made to the site plan in order to address the feedback we received in our meetings with the fire department. Andy?
Good evening, everybody. So as Dan mentioned, to address some of the concerns about that the fire department had about the turning radius coming out of the firehouse and heading westbound on North 7th Street, we took a look at what the turning radius of a WB-40 truck, which is your typical fire truck length, would be coming out of the westernmost fire truck bay, and found that it did in fact cross the curb line, the existing curb line, in a single maneuver. So measuring the distance between the curbs of the existing roadway is about 29 feet curb to curb. So to maintain the existing on-street parking on the north side of North 7th, as well as maintain two-way traffic of 24 feet in width, we pushed the building back the entire curb line southeast on the 708 State Street parcel back 5 feet. So now curb to curb width would be that 34 feet in width, and does accommodate a single maneuver truck from a WB-40 vehicle. Commensurate to that, the landscape plan, the lighting plan, kind of the whole site plan was retooled to accommodate that shift, including the on-site, on-street catch basins. I spoke with the DPW superintendent about shifting those, and he is happy to see those move and would want them shifted with the curb line. So those are represented. Some other kind of unrelated changes would be we added the proposed sewer and water connections, again preliminary, but those are at least allocated so that you can see where service lines would enter and exit, as well as add some preliminary on-site stormwater management, catch basins, that sort of thing. And then we also included a new grading sheet that shows how some of the site topography would lay in based on the new layout. A sketch that was attached also to the plan shows that turning radius for the fire truck coming out of the building, the fire truck house.
Great. Thank you, Andy. So with that, we just wanted to give a really brief overview of the Depot District proposal so that anyone who's just joining this as their first meeting has a full sense of what our goals are for this project. So here's a summary. The Depot District includes two buildings. One is at 75 North 7th Street, the other at 708 State. Between these two buildings, it creates 138 new apartments with a mixture of 1, 2, and 3 bedroom units. 84 of those apartments are planned as market rate. 54 are affordable housing with a mix of low to moderate income housing. So this is designed to meet the significant demand for housing and the urgent need to address a housing affordability crisis in the city of Hudson. And what this project does is it creates housing for people of all income levels, from someone with a Section 8 voucher to a person who's working for the minimum wage, to teachers, nurses, construction workers, anyone living in the city of Hudson. In addition, the project also creates a new commercial district along North 7th Street. And on the bottom floor of both buildings, you have 9 different commercial spaces. In the 75 North 7th building, we'll be renting those spaces with a priority for minority and women-owned businesses as part of our broader initiative to support minority and women-owned businesses in Hudson. And in addition to that, we've already received approval and we're in construction on rehabilitating the existing depot building, the historic depot, to create a craft brewery. So in total, including the depot building, that's 10 different commercial spaces that will create job opportunities and provide opportunities for entrepreneurs, especially minority and women entrepreneurs looking to build a business in the city of Hudson. And then finally, this project is also dedicated to energy efficiency. 75 North 7th is an award-winning green design building. And we've created we're planning to create beautiful green spaces, both private spaces for the residents of the Depot District building and also public green space for people who are visiting the neighborhood. So at that, I would love to share this cross-section, which demonstrates how these buildings fit in with the rest of the neighborhood. We wanted designs that were of a scale that is familiar to the surrounding neighborhood, and for the buildings to have materials that connects with the historic fabric of the city of Hudson. So if you look at this cross section looking north along State Street, you'll see the pocketbook factory, the old school building on State Street, and then next to that, you'll see our two proposed buildings with 75 North 7th and 708 State. These are all to scale. So you can see that, you know, even though 75 North 7th is 5 stories, it's still a similar height to these other buildings. And you also see looking west, the comparison to the community theater building and others that, you know, we're really looking at a similar size to what already exists in the neighborhood. And with that, I'll show you our rendering, which gives a sense of the materials we're planning, what the streetscape and landscaping plan will look like, and just the overall feeling of this new residential and commercial district. So finally, if I may, I would like to share a video that we received from Randall Martin, who's in support of the project, but unfortunately could not be here for the public hearing this evening. So I'd like to share this video if it loads correctly.
I don't hear any volume, Dan.
Oh, is the volume not working? Well, in that case, I will stop my screen share and I will submit the video to the planning boards that it can be included in the public record.
Thank you, Dan. Okay, does that complete your presentation? Should we hear from the public?
Yes, that's it from us. Thank you.
All right, thanks. So members of the public who've been so patiently waiting, this is your moment.
Should they put the hand signal up, Betsy? So
Yeah, yeah. I just don't see any.
I want to remind people, members of the public that might be making comments in the chat, that that's not part of the record. And if you want to be heard, you should make your comments now during the public hearing.
Thank you, Victoria. And also a reminder that we're asking you to limit your comments to no more than 3 minutes.
I do not see how to raise my hand. This is Margaret Morris.
Shaheem, can you text please with Margaret?
So can I speak?
Yes, actually, Margaret, yes, that would be fine. Go ahead.
Okay, yeah. So I'm sorry. I was trying to find the raise my hand button.
That's okay.
Not going to talk about the parking. Nothing in this presentation discusses financing or taxes. A large portion of it is a commercial development for market rates. In materials that we've seen previously, there's a request for payment in lieu of taxes. 138 units, or whatever number it is going to create a significant, yes, we need housing, but that also brings with it a significant cost to the city and to the school district. The increasingly small number of homeowners in the city who are burdened with taxes are currently paying Long Island type rates on our homes, and people are moving out because ordinary people are moving out because they cannot pay it. My biggest concern here is that there does not seem to be any reasonable planning for providing sufficient taxes to the city and to the school district to provide services to 138 families living in that district. And I am very concerned about the pilot proposals that I have seen, particularly for the market rate apartments. I see no reason to grant any tax abatement to a commercial developer for market rate apartments. That's a for-profit business. That's all I have to say. And I'll wait to hear responses in writing or whatever, but that is my big concern.
Thank you, Margaret. Quentin?
Oh, thank you. Can you hear me?
Yes.
It's been a long time coming. Sorry, I just got to get my breath. I want to first thank you guys for your tenacity. This is a long meeting. Y'all working through it. I'm Quentin Cross, and I am the Senior Policy Advisor for the Hudson Catskill Housing Coalition. And my family has lived in Hudson for over 5 generations. So I want to speak to the fact of like, this is like sort of historic to me, because it's not every day that the Planning Commission gets the opportunity to do something for a community that has not really been served in this economic resurgence. It's not every day that a project that affects the lives of people who, many of whom have less than, has the opportunity to come before a board, right? It's not every day that this city takes up issues that affect the poor and marginalized. But today y'all taking it up. So for me and for HCAC, we're looking at it as those are 153 units or whatever, the 53 units that we're here to talk about, of people who can stay here, where their kids who have been going can continue to go to school here and not be over in Chatham or Catskill or what have you, as they want to play sports in the community that they were raised in, that they can go to the cemetery and see their loved ones without having to travel from Albany, Schenectady, Troy, or Poughkeepsie. This is a big deal for us. We've not had a win in a long time. We just continue to be displaced. Now, I know parking is a big issue, but I think finding people homes and allowing them to be able to live in the community in which they grew up is more important. So we urge you guys to think about this, think long and hard. Give us a win for a chance. Let us have a safe place to live, a new place to live, a place to raise our families. Think about us for a moment. We were here when it was dilapidated, when crime was high, when nothing was here. We were here. We were building this community. Think about us for a change. Thank you for your time.
Thank you, Clinton. Sarah Black.
Hey there. I am going to echo Clinton's sentiment, not as somebody my family certainly hasn't been in Hudson for 5 generations, but I have lived in the 5th Ward for a few years with my sister. I've been an employee at a restaurant just around the corner from this proposed development. I've been, an active gentrifier, even just as like a worker who's come to Hudson to work for a variety of businesses or farms or nonprofits. And there's just no doubt that we absolutely need this development. We need more than this development, but we need every affordable unit we can get. A thing I wonder is why so many of the units are 1 bedrooms. But that's not something that slows me down in emphasizing my support for the project, just knowing that it will be a release valve for a real estate and rental market that is completely on fire. And we need places for people who are looking to move to town to have a place to go, so they're not just competing with all of the other longstanding units. And we need a place for workers to live, and we need a place for families to be able to stay. So this is a important project that I hope that the planning board takes seriously and moves forward.
Thank you, Hannah. Sarah, excuse me. John Rosenthal.
Thank you, Betsy. Just want to make 2 comments, possibly a third one. I just wanted to give a little context to the parking rule change that the Common Council voted. When we did that, we were removing the rule to sort of to provoke some positive changes in development in the city and allow a little more leeway. But at the same time, we did so knowing that each project would still be under full scrutiny of the planning board for those parking impacts, right? So although it is on the applicant now, as was presented tonight, it's clear that per seeker and your seeker considerations, parking will be a very important thing to be scrutinized fully, because this will have a pretty big impact to the affordable housing need here, which is acute. And as a renter, I know it well. I've been in the city now for 10 years, renting the entire time. I'm currently going to move because of my increased rent. On the common council side, we're looking at a few things to really aggressively deal with that. One of them will be tax abatements and tax exemptions for homeowners who have long-term renters at specific AMIs, and giving homeowners and existing residents of Hudson tax relief to meet the demand and the need for affordable housing here. As a common council member, I had to deal with the previous iteration of Galvin's pilot that was before us, and I do question their method for dealing with the affordability crisis, since it seems to be only around large ticket construction items that involve lots of state and federal financing, rather than a more nimble approach that revolves around their many properties they already own, that seem to never come online fast enough to meet the demand that is acute here for affordable rentals. So I look forward to having more input into this conversation, but I want you all to know that we're working on the council to come up with a faster plan to deal with the affordability with existing apartments right now. So if you're a homeowner and you have a rental unit and you want to rent it below market rate, we're going to come up with a way to give you that ability to do that. So that's all I have. Thank you.
Thank you, John. Tiffany Garriga.
Yes, thank you. I support the project. A lot of my constituents support the project. This is an ongoing conversation that people in the city of Hudson has been having for years, as we have been watching gentrification take over. It's one thing to constantly say, we need this is something we need, we understand, we need this. We see the need in the people, and we see how the population is decreasing, and always putting a but to it. I say no more buts. Either we work with the project to absolutely make it 100% for affordability for the people in the city, but no more buts. You can't say, please stop saying we need this, but there's no more buts. We have people that are losing their homes. People are saying, oh, well, I'm going to move out of the city of Hudson. We have people that do not have that option. We don't even have a homeless shelter out here. This is something that has been long overdue. And for me, I would like it even more if there was more affordable units than just 54. If there were more 2-3 bedrooms. But what is being offered on the table right now is what is needed. Listen to the families, listen to the people. They're moving because they have no choice. Now you all are having and giving the opportunity to give the people that choice to remain in the city. So please keep all of that into consideration. Thank you.
Thank you, Tiffany. Rebecca Wolf.
Hi, thank you. I wanted to respond to Margaret Morris's comment. The conversations about the pilot are taking place in the IDA meeting. So for those of you who would like to be part of that conversation, please come to the IDA meetings. And I just wanted to second Tiffany's comments in support of this project. There's many efforts necessary to provide all the housing units that are needed in the city of Hudson, and this is one of them. I also agree with the need to make it the best project that it can be, and I think we have the tools to do that. And so again, I'll just repeat, I really recommend that if you are concerned with that, to please show up to the IDA meetings as well. Thank you.
Thanks. Lauren?
Hi. Yeah, I just wanted to offer verbal support behind what Quentin and Tiffany said regarding support of the project, and also advocate for expansion of the affordable units if possible, and taking good input from the community as the project rolls forward. Thanks.
Thanks, Lauren. Shaheem, did you have a comment? Thanks. And Shaheem will be sharing the video that Dan mentioned earlier and when the public comment is finished, so stay tuned for that. Tina Sharp? Tina, I think you're muted. There you are.
Okay, am I unmuted now?
You're all set.
Okay, thank you. My name is Tina Sharp. I'm the Executive Director of Columbia Opportunities. We're the local community action agency that provides a wide range of services to low-income individuals and families throughout Columbia County, including the city of Hudson. Just for a matter of public record, Columbia Opportunities building is owned by Galvin, and so we are a tenant of theirs. We do have an understanding. We were inherited by the Galvin Foundation. We do have an understanding that they do not exert any pressure over us to express opinions or comments on issues that are in our scope of work. But I did want to make sure that everybody understood that we do have a business relationship with Galvin. Housing, affordable housing, is probably one of the biggest, most frequent, most pressing need that our customers encounter, the lack of affordable housing. This is a county-wide issue. It is not limited to the city of Hudson, but it has been exacerbated in the city of Hudson during the last couple of years. And we have seen more and more families have to move out of the city of Hudson because they cannot afford the rents that are now being asked, the market rents that are now being asked for. Galvin has worked, I think, hard to come up with a plan that meets the needs. I was a member of the Hudson Housing Task Force, as well as Dan Kent. And that report from the task force has really guided, I think, this particular project. And so I would just like to go on record as being in support of this affordable housing, or this mixed use housing, which I think is very important. We have seen large concentrations of affordable housing in parts of Hudson, and that can often serve to isolate families that are especially low income. So the idea that we would have this mixed income housing is really what is natural or organic. I'm really too old to use that term. And I think that it does meet, I do believe it meets the needs that have been expressed by the city of Hudson, and that have certainly been expressed by the customers that we see on a daily basis. So thanks for this opportunity.
Thank you, Tina. John Kane.
Thank you, Betsy. I'd like to first contextualize my comments by saying that, I've lived in Hudson for several years. Recently, I was displaced because of the high housing costs. I'm living outside of Hudson right now, And I completely understand. I understand displacement and how hard it is to start your life over in a new community because you can't afford the one that you wanted to live in. Having said that, as it pertains to the most relevant issue that seems to be before the planning board tonight, which is the parking issue, this is a very dense, very large development in a corner of the city that is sort of single family. I'm sorry, it's not single family residential, but it's a much less dense residential area. It's right next to our green space. And I certainly hope that the planning board uses its full purview to examine how useful the parking study from Creighton Manning, that I don't think was a very good parking study, is going to be, and to demand all the information that it needs so that the community can have the kind of development that is going to benefit us in the long term. Because if this is approved and it's built and there is a parking problem and a transportation problem, it then becomes the responsibility of the city and the members of the Hudson community to correct that parking problem. It does not become Galvan's problem anymore, and that presents a real problem. Galvan has in many ways contributed to this housing crisis by holding so much inventory off the market. And I would like to also support Alderman Rosenthal, who noted that there are other ways that the Common Council is looking to create affordable housing throughout the city by sort of incentivizing construction through existing homeowners. That seems like a much better plan going forward, although I understand that that's not part of the planning board's purview. I think that affordable housing is definitely something that Hudson needs to deal with. I think that it needs to deal with it in a way that is long-term, because if it creates a problem with property taxes and rental prices that go up, you're just making it more unaffordable for people who are living here in 20 years or 30 years. And that's everybody's kids and their grandkids. Thank you.
Thanks, John. Claire Cousin?
Hi, I just wanted to express my support for the project, and I wanted to urge the board to use the same advocacy and passion that was shown in the last discussion. I was really proud to hear people stand up for the residents, and I think that housing is just as important as the last issue. And I think that if something like this hasn't been on the table before, so, and Galvin has shown that they're willing to hear concerns and work with concerns. And I agree with what Tiffany's saying. There needs to be more affordable units and more 3-bedroom units. But I feel like that's something that they're willing to hear once it's on the table. Shutting it down before we get a chance to have those conversations is not in the benefit of the people who are suffering. Thank you.
Thanks, Claire. Joan Hunt?
Hi, my name is Joan Hunt. I am the Executive Director of the Greater Hudson Promise Neighborhood. I am also here to express my support for the project, having worked as a community organizer in Hudson since about 2006 in different capacities. I have seen firsthand how the housing crisis in our community has impacted families. And I think that this is no time to be going back and forth or debating Galvin or another developer. This is a plan that's on the table in front of us right now. People are desperate for housing, to be in their community, to be around their family, to be in a school community that's meaningful to them. And I just feel like we have gone back and forth on different projects for many, many years, and there is no more time to be lost as people, continue to be displaced and suffer as a result. So I would just like to publicly support this project and hope that we see the same support from the board. Thank you.
Thanks, Joni. Margaret Morris? Margaret, you're muted.
I'm unmuted now. Yeah, sorry. I just want to reiterate a point that I was trying to make. This project has 2 large buildings. One is mixed income and is addressing affordable housing. The other, which has more units, as far as I can tell, is market rate. And we are all talking about how we need affordable housing and so forth. That's fine. I don't think anybody's going to dispute that. But part of what's being proposed here is a large market rate development, a commercial development. And I think we need to not be blindsided by our very significant need for affordable housing and for some kind of equity in housing in the city. We should not be blindsided by that desire to overlook the fact that the majority of what Galvin is proposing here is not, in fact, affordable housing. It is market rate. And that's all I want to say.
Thank you, Margaret. Claire, did you have a new comment?
Yeah, I just wanted to remind folks, like our organizations, a lot of the people that are speaking up in support of are residents, and we work in these organizations that are on the front lines. So while I hear Margaret's concern, the bigger issue is that we're breaking our backs on a daily basis for these folks that need people to help pay their rent so that they aren't being evicted. And we have to look outside of the city to even find apartments. It's not even about keeping apartments anymore. It's about finding apartments because these people are being displaced and we have nowhere to send them. So to have something this big on the table, it's a much easier task to help somebody find resources to afford market rate apartments than to find an apartment, period. If these apartments are built, at least we have somewhere that we can start working towards getting people into. And a lot of other things will change once we have somewhere safe and sustainable to send people to live.
Thanks, Claire. John Rosenthal, I think you were next.
Yeah, I'd just like to add something too. And again, I'm in favor of large scale affordable development, certainly, because scale does help with cost. And to what Margaret's point was, it is curious that they're combining these two projects here for a $50 million project, where this summer they were proposing a single project in North 7th Street, which I might add had a higher pilot than the one for the affordable portion that they're proposing right now, and the $50 million project in the Depot District. So it's curious why the pilot's dropped. That's a question for the IDA. In terms of their presence here in the city, they've been here for quite a long time and buying lots of property. An argument can be made that that property has driven a lot of the displacement that we here are talking about when we talk about affordability crises in Hudson. It's not just short-term rentals, which we dealt with on the council. It's also the purchase of real estate by a private foundation and the pace to which they take that real estate and convert it to deal with the affordable crisis that a good argument can be made that they've contributed to, even though ironically they're supposed to deal with it. So I'm going to be agnostic right now about this, but I had a lot of skepticism this summer over their model with dealing with the affordability crisis due to how they finance things, and they continue to have that crisis. So we need market rate solutions to development here, certainly, but it just seems suspicious that this developer only aims to move toward large scale, complicatedly financed projects that involve all sorts of involvement from LLCs that are hard to trace, that are beyond the city, and raise lots of questions. So from a point of view as someone who is an advocate for affordable housing and experiencing a rental crunch, I want to see developers come here and build affordable housing. I just want to see them do it in a manner that's transparent and consistent, because I don't think we've gotten that from this developer. Thank you.
Thanks, John. Rebecca Wolf.
Thanks. I just wanted to reiterate, opportunities for discussing and exploring and examining the finances and the pilot are in the IDA meeting. So concerns about, the structure of the deal, as it were, as it includes market rate housing, should really be taking place there. That's what I just wanted to say. Thanks.
And I do believe, for those of you who are interested, I think the IDA meetings happen the same day as the planning board meetings, just at a different time of day. So check the city calendar for those. But I believe they happen on the same day. Joan Hunt.
I just want to stress again the sense of urgency here. I'm not sure if people understand that there are families living in hotel rooms at the outskirts of our community with a mini fridge and a microwave. There are people doubled up in apartments. There are people living in Philmont having to send their kids to the Taconic Hill School District, which is not necessarily equipped to deal with folks of different racial backgrounds. And so I'm not sure if the people here that are, pushing back and sharing concerns really understand the sense of urgency here that those of us that have seen this on the front lines or lived it or experienced it do. So again, just, these concerns are totally relevant. I just want to stress the sense of urgency for affordable housing here.
Thanks, Jenny. Tiffany Garrigo.
Hello.
Tiffany.
Yes, I just want to also agree with what Joan Hunt just said, and also add that I know that a lot of people are concerned with parking, but just also keep in mind a lot of people don't own cars as well. And it's just like a distraction for what we need. When you're dealing with people on a one-on-one, for the most part of what we do in working with the Housing Coalition, what can we tell people who are facing evictions right now with the pandemic that has an eviction moratorium? When that is up and people are facing evictions, what can they look forward to? What can we tell the public that there's what opportunities of housing that's out there? This pilot, and I understand people have their personal issues or whatever issues they have with Galvin, but I just want to state this fact. Years ago, Galvin was given the key to the city, and it wasn't just because they were here; it's because of the work that they're doing. We have noticed in the past a lot of different slumlords, and now they're not here. Issues that tenants have brought up with Galvin, they have addressed those issues. So just keep that in mind as well. What other proposals are there for housing that the planning board has to present? This is what we need. This is incredible. And we have children, right now graduating from high school, graduating from college. Where are they going to go? So please keep all of that in mind. Thank you.
Thanks, Tiffany. John, did you have an additional comment, or is your hand just still kind of up there?
I have a comment.
Okay, John Cody.
Oh, different John. Okay.
Yeah, go ahead, Cody.
I just wanted to piggyback on what Rebecca said and what you said. The next IDA meeting is on April 6th at 1:00. I think we switched those meetings to the first Tuesday of the month rather than the second. So just for clarification there.
But that is a good meeting for people to attend to understand the real nuts and bolts of what this pilot proposal is all about.
Rebecca got the jump on me. I was going to mention that when I did the IDA report.
Anybody else would like to speak who has not yet spoken? Bill Houston.
Yeah, Greg Williams.
Hold on, Bill Houston first. Greg, you'll be next.
Thank you.
Thank you. Bill Houston, I am one of the few who is against this development, but I am completely for and hope that Hudson can get more affordable housing. I live in the neighborhood. I think everybody who's come out in support of this really wants it to go through, does not live in the neighborhood where this development could take place. And if you did, I think you'd have a bit of a different view. For those of you who don't know, my name is Bill Houston. I live at 6th and State, a block and a half from 7th and State. Galvin came out with their parking study a few months ago. In case you hadn't read it, it was submitted to the planning board, and they claimed that there were plenty of parking spaces in the a 5-minute walk of their proposed development for tenants who own cars in their new development. They claimed they went out one night, a Thursday in July, I believe, Creighton Manning, their engineering firm, and they found 176 spaces available. Okay, I decided to do my own study because The engineering firm that did the study for Galvin and that Galvin accepted as true did not take into consideration alternate side parking, which is, in case you don't know, alternate side parking, there's only one side of the street every night you can park on. So Galvin found 176 spaces. I went out and did the same basic study, same streets, same area, same neighborhood. I found on a night, Sunday, a few months ago, I found 19 available parking spaces, 19. Okay. They found 10 times as many, almost 10 times as many spaces I did, because their study was full of falsehoods, misrepresentations, bad math, you name it. Galvin wants these spaces, wants these buildings so bad, they went out and they created a false study. They read my study, and at the next meeting, they said they would do a more robust parking study. So I tuned in tonight, very curious about Galvin's new robust parking study. And what I saw was far from more robust. I saw a half a screen full of questionable numbers that in a graph or a chart that really didn't make any sense. I didn't have much time to look at it, but I implore the board to take a closer look at the new, more robust study, okay, which is actually a lot less robust, it seems to me. The new study talks about winter conditions. We don't have to distinguish between winter conditions and summer conditions and day conditions and night conditions. Just go out and walk in the neighborhood. There are not 138 parking spaces available. There aren't even 20 on the worst nights. And Dan Kent comes along and says, well, we found 40 parking spaces over at 6th and Washington. Okay, where are the other 100 cars going to park? And I will add that Galvin's estimation of 138 additional cars because of this development is a minimum. Nobody knows how many cars there will be, but there are equations for this kind of thing. And the equation is a minimum of 138 new cars. There could be 178. We don't know, right? Now, what's it going to look like in my neighborhood where parking is already tight? Well, Galvin says, Galvin is including the Columbia Street municipal parking lot and their idea where people are going to park. Now, I still don't understand who's going to park in a municipal lot that has meters in it, because you have to fill the quarters every morning. It doesn't make any sense that that's still part of their robust study. Okay. But nonetheless, let's just imagine 130, let's say there are only 138 new cars for this development. That means that people living in there are going to be parking on State Street, on 7th Street, on 6th Street in my neighborhood. I don't have to park right in front of my house. I can park a half a block away. I'm okay. But what is going to happen? I'm telling you, you're going to have X amount of cars, new cars from the development. They're adding a brewery up the street. That's going to be open pretty late at night, 11, 12, 1 o'clock, probably. All sorts of people needing parking spaces. Okay. We're all going to be competing for the same amount of parking spaces. And it's not just the new tenants that might be parking in the Columbia Street municipal parking lot. It's people like me and my housemate and my neighbors who aren't even able to park 1 block away from our house anymore. We have to park in a municipal lot 2 blocks away. This is absurd. And I implore again the board to look at Galvin's new so-called study, if it actually adds anything to what they did last time. And if I have a little more time.
Bill, we really do try to keep comments to 3 minutes, and you are now at 6.
Thank you.
Betsy?
Yes, Larry.
Would it be a good time for me to describe some of the work that we've done about bringing in a consultant to advise the board on this matter?
Well, Larry, Greg Williams was the next person teed up to speak.
Okay.
And then you, okay?
Okay.
Greg, go ahead.
Hello, thank you for having me. My name is Greg William. I'm a lifelong resident of Hudson. Um, I'm about a third generation Hudsonite, and I have 2 generations under me, so that's 5 generations. I have been in Hudson over 60 years. I have seen the change. I have seen urban renewal come in. I have seen the high-rise build, Providence Hall. I have seen all of that. Now, with this gentrification, I'm seeing my friends that have to leave. They can't afford to live here. I'm seeing families living in hotels. We got a chance to get some affordable housing. Everything is important, isn't clear yet, but we have a chance to get some affordable housing. We are going to have some diversity in Hudson, where the low-income people are being pushed out of Hudson. And they got generations, they got even more generations involved in Hudson than I have. They are being pushed out. There's no place to live. We got to take a chance, and it's a chance. Now, the parking study, I disagree with 100%, because I know Hudson, and I know there wasn't that many parking spaces over there. What you're going to have people parking in 610 parking lot. That's the probation, the public defender parking lot. You're going to have people parking at DSS parking lots and every place else. So that's one thing that got to be addressed. But we have a chance to have some low and middle income housing for people that live in Hudson. We got to take a chance. We have nothing else on the table. This is on the table. Let's take a good look at it and go for it. That's all I have to say. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Williams. Larry Bound.
Yeah, sorry, I just wanted to let the board know and the public know that partly in response to some of the concerns that we heard about parking and the parking study and concerns about traffic, the board is looking at bringing in an independent traffic consultant to advise us on the studies and reports we've already received and to help us to make sure that we're doing the right thing on this project.
Thank you, Larry. Lauren?
Hi, thanks for letting me speak again quickly one more time. I just wanted to give a little context. I'm a farmer. Our farm's located in Ghent. My kids go to the Hudson School District. And just wanted to speak on the importance of partnering with organizations and following their lead, like Hudson Catskill Housing Coalition. That's really important to the work that we do to serve the community. We partner with folks that are already in service to residents and support their initiatives. So just wanted to say that. And then secondarily, just speak to what I'm sure everyone on this call would agree with, which is that spaces for people are a priority over spaces for cars. And that just seems like a very clear first step to take and to figure out the second step later. And also to support what Claire said, which was that building the housing is the most important, and then using that market rate housing, working with the city of Hudson to maybe find other ways to make that affordable. Just what a creative idea that is. And so there's so much potential in this project, and we should support the organizations that are behind it. Thanks.
Thanks, Lauren. Okay. Seeing no other hands up tonight, I am sure that that's not the end of this discussion. So I'm going to suggest to all that we reopen the public hearing next month, if I could have a motion to that effect, and we will continue that discussion at that point. The board will have done more of its own research on possibly having a parking consultant on our team as well, just as we did for Verizon. And we'll have a lot more information, I know, from the Galvan team about more proposed parking issues and everything they've heard tonight, I'm sure we will get a response to. So do I have a motion to temporarily adjourn this public hearing until next month?
No moved.
Thank you, John. Do I have a second?
Second.
Thank you, Larry. All in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Okay. So I want to thank the public very, very much for your comments. I think they were very instructive, all of them. I'm sure that the team will take them to heart, and we will see you all on April 13th for a continuation of this public hearing. Charlie, oh, we were going to show the video.
Yeah,
Show-
I just have just one other question. The parking consultant, will that be the same as Barton and Lujudas for the engineering consultant as well?
We have not made any agreements with any consultants yet, Charlie. So we'll let you know, because I definitely want you all to be able to share documents. So it won't be a secret. I promise. Shaheem, could you run the video that Dan was struggling with earlier? So all this is Randall Martin.
My name is Randall, and I've lived in Hudson for the past 9 years. And I've lived on North 7th Street. I love Hudson. I think it's a great city. And that's why I've actively chose to serve my community in a number of different capacities, including as former commissioner and chairman of the Hudson Housing Authority. And let me say that even though this proposed North 7th Street project will directly affect me, I still feel that it's essential that more affordable housing be built in Hudson. I support the Galvin Initiative's 7th Street project. I believe that it will greatly enhance an underutilized part of town, and it will bring commerce and affordable housing opportunities, which we desperately need in Hudson. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Randall, and thank you, Shaheem. Okay, so moving on. Thank you all for being here. Thank you for your patience. I appreciate it. So that concludes our public hearings for tonight. We now have some new business. The 30 Prospect Avenue, a special exception use application to demolish the existing administrative services building and construct a parking lot on the site. The property is in the R1 zoning district. So this is a project of the hospital. And for those of you that don't know what the 30 Prospect Avenue is, you'll recall that you'll know it when I tell you that it's the old nursing home directly across from the hospital, the Eden Park Nursing Home, almost directly across from the hospital main entrance. And right, it has been an administrative building. I have in fact worked in it for 12 years, and they are now talking about taking that down and building additional parking. I have checked, this is an unlisted action under seeker. And while we reserve the right to ask for escrow to secure counsel and consultants in the future, we are not doing that at this time, or we'll forego that request right now, but that is not something that we're going to be bound by. I have sent the site plans to DPW, Rob Perry, to review, and I have some comments that I will share with you once the CMH folks make their presentation. So who here is our CMH rep? Tim Moot. Hi.
Good evening, Madam Chairman. How are you?
Mike Hockman, my friend Mike. How are
Hi,
you?
Betsy. How are you?
I'm good. So thank you all for your patience. This has been a very long meeting. Welcome to the Hudson Planning Board. So Mike, and is it, oh, where did Tim Moot just go? Did he just drop off?
I'm still here.
Oh, there you are. There you are. You just moved your little square. So go ahead and take it away. Tell us what CMH has in mind.
Would it be appropriate if I could share my screen?
Absolutely, please do.
A couple of visuals here. All right, can everybody see the site plan?
Yes, we can.
And I will kind of bounce around to try to give you some visual graphics, and then maybe we could get into a little more technical detail. But as you stated, we're the Administrative Services building across the street from the main hospital complex. The building was originally constructed in 1971. Let's see. And it's this white, 3-story building. It's basically met its useful life expectancy. It's not very energy efficient. And basically right now it's currently only 30% occupied. A lot of the mechanicals in there aren't energy efficient. And so, the hospital's made some kind of long-term master planning in their internal operations, which would best call for the removal of the building. And as an end result, we would generate additional parking in its place. And that would, in total allow for about 50 parking spots for the hospital staff, which, the intent would be to alleviate on-street parking. To give you a sense of, trying to pick the right pictures here, to give you a sense of what the visuals would look like, the hospital did a minor parking lot improvement, we think, in talking with Mike, prior to about 2008. And that this area is to the east of that existing building. And it basically involves some segmental retaining block walls or ready rock blocks. And, there's a retaining wall along the backside. And you would see basically a visual wall along the front of the parcel. That would encompass this parking area. We try to, starting in short notice, to come up with a sort of a visual. It's a cartoon. And, from a streetscape view, this is the same point of view looking at the building. Let me go back here. So we're looking at this perspective. You see where the building is now to sort of a perspective of just a parking area. Again, we would have a retaining wall along the front side. Part of our improvement is to improve the retaining wall along the back side. There's a very steep hill that goes up. So we need to basically do some repairs and some aesthetic improvements along that back side. And, basically, there's typical stormwater drainage. We did not include any stormwater detention as, our initial design concepts, considered that the disturbance was going to be less than an acre, and the existing site conditions are 100% impervious surface now. Another feature would be to add sort of a guard booth with gates so that, they could monitor the traffic and limit the access to hospital employees. If I jump over to a preliminary plan set, I'll try to just kind of go through quickly. A lot of this is sort of a little bit more detailed, but our first set of drawings here is really the existing conditions. I'll try to get it to load for you here. Bear with me.
So Tim, this is just a single flat lot. This is not an elevated parking structure.
Correct. It's a single flat lot. If I get to the right drawing and get the perspective right here. Like I said, it's going to be bound by this retaining wall. Oh, it won't switch. Hold on. Bear with me. Technology. Here we go. So here's just a site plan looking down. We have the existing building that's slated for demolition. This dark line here is the existing retaining wall holding back the slope. This parking lot here is existing and is the one that was created, like we said, prior to 2008. And then as we kind of toggle through the plans, some of this is more detailed just for construction drawings to show where the utilities are, underground utilities that we would use to tie in. A boundary survey was completed. We have also, in addition to our site plans, have submitted a building permit for the demolition. There's demolition plans as well as hazardous material testing for the building itself, which is a requirement, looking for things like asbestos and what have you. This is our drainage plan. Again, we did not accommodate for any stormwater detention at the moment. And then finally, basically the concept for the parking. And again, you would come in off a Prospect, there would be the gate, and you allow access in, multiple parking, full circulation around, and then back out the exit. The exit would be shared with the adjacent parking lot that's existing. That's pretty much it in a nutshell. We have some simplified details. We try to mimic again what the look is for the existing lot to the east. But basically, I think the highest part of the wall is about 8 feet high on the, we'll call it the west end. There'd be a wooden kind of aesthetic looking guide rail, and we would probably improve and replace the guide rail to match in the adjacent lot. Seeing what else we have here worth talking about. Our stormwater drainage would basically capture everything on the uphill side of the wall. It's kind of complex holding back that big retaining wall on the uphill side and then having the face of wall along Prospect. So I know there was some preliminary discussions about stormwater detention, but we feel this site is somewhat problematic for, the standard infiltration chambers that would allow for water to be captured and then infiltrate into the ground. We don't want to necessarily saturate the ground at the toe of that slope. And then there's also the concern of, water seeping out through the face of the block. Another kind of comment that was made, and I'll try to run back to one of these pictures, is when we demolished the building, you would think there was going to be a big giant hole in the ground, but that's not the case. The way this building is laid out, this ground level, there's no basement underneath there. It does seem to be a full basement when you're in the back, but that's simply because of the grade that goes up. So while there will be some excavation below this elevation to remove the footings, it's not like there's going to be a huge swimming pool hole left from the demolition. So that's pretty much the overview that I have graphically.
Tim, could you go back to that? Sorry. Is this the time, Betsy, for us to ask some questions?
Yes, absolutely.
Could you go back to that at okay, we're at this picture. So the cars that are on picture left, that's the existing parking area that's in the, okay. Now could you go back to the picture that's an overhead actually photo?
Sure. Bear with me because I got to run back to the first page.
Yeah, it's at the top.
Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah. Yeah. Could you just make that bigger? Yeah. Okay. So that's good. So the houses on Rossman Avenue.
Over here, right?
Yeah. So I'm sorry. Let me just start with this. The red dashed line. That's how big the parking lot will be.
No. This red dash line is just a graphic to show you the general location of the project.
Could you just kind of outline where the parking lot is here then?
Right. So see this kind of shadow line along the back? That is the existing retaining wall that's out there.
Okay.
We're just going to repair and modify that. We're not going to dig into the bank or anything. It's that line is pretty much going to stay as is. So that's the back line. And then really the front line, we're governed. There's actually a boulevard along Prospect. So the right of way, you see this canopy here on the building, and this front edge of the canopy almost lines up with this grass line. And that's just for approximate, that's the property line. So we can't really expand out toward the road because of that property line along the front. And we can't really expand along the back because of this retaining wall. So truly our project footprint is going to fit right within this building and the surrounding pavement around the building. And that's pretty much our footprint.
So to the left, you're not going any further than what the building is.
We'll go, I think it goes right up to the property line, but we obviously can't go beyond the property line with the disturbance. I can go
But the
back.
property line is in general to the, not too far to the left picture
Correct.
of that.
I can try to get you the survey line here. Hang on. Just takes a minute to load here.
I'm just trying to see what.
Okay, so here's the building, right? And this little
Right.
square is that overhang that I was telling you
Oh,
about.
I see.
So
Oh,
the
I see.
property line is here and kind of runs pretty tight along the side.
Okay.
It
So
does
it just
fan
goes up.
back. Yeah, it does fan back away from the building, but you know, if you keep in mind this little angle point right here, you know, I can run to the wall line if you want.
But you're not going to be cutting down trees and stuff like this.
Oh, I think all the trees that are there are on the adjacent property.
Okay. And the same.
There may be some bushes or shrubs, but I think the mature growth is along that property line.
That was my major question. And then the other would be lighting. Are you planning on having lighting there?
We would like to, you know, we'd have to coordinate that with the hospital. You know, I think it would probably, for safety reasons, be a good idea to have some lighting there, but I don't think we need to light it up like a sports stadium.
Right.
There is, I think, some, Mike, do you know off the top of your hand what you have at the adjacent lot?
There is existing pole lighting in the upper section of the lot, and we would look to replicate something similar.
And then do you predict that this would get some of the hospital cars off of Rossman Avenue?
Yes, that's the intent, that we want to provide. Now, I don't know who all, I can't say it's all hospital personnel that parks along there, but if in fact there were hospital personnel, the intent would be to get them into this lot.
And 50 or so spaces will make a dent in this, you think, in the parking issues?
We're hopeful. I mean, we've maximized, you know, based on, you know, maneuverability and everything and safety, and that's the maximum we can fit on here. So that was our goal, is to get the.
So can you describe for me a bit more what the need is for this parking? Is I think there's a presumption that the parking is required, and I'd like to hear more about why we know that we need parking.
Well, my understanding is, you know, that there is a known off or on-street parking issue along Prospect. I know that, you know, the hospital has staff, and I don't know, Mike can speak to this, how much hospital staff parks on the hospital footprint per se across the street. But being that this is hospital land, it seemed like a good fit to allow for a beneficial use of that and alleviate 50 staff parking spots, whether it's on the street or across the street. And it's in character with the existing lot adjacent to it.
That adjacent lot is going to still be used then for hospital parking then?
Correct.
So it's 50
I guess
plus the other one.
Correct.
I guess my bias is that we don't tear down a building to build a parking lot. And it seems to be bad planning to tear down a building to build a parking lot. And if we're being asked to approve tearing down a building to build a parking lot, I really love to know what the rationale is. And, you know, no one loves this building now, but it's frankly one of the few mid-century modern buildings in town. And I had the privilege, call it privilege, of having to drive under that canopy last month for a COVID test prior to my surgery. And I sat in that canopy and I thought, you know, this could be a lovely mid-century modern building if it were cared for and restored, but it's not, and it's crap. And the notion that we're going to tear it down without pause or reflection seems to me to be unwise. In 50 years, people might say to us, oh my God, they tore down a perfectly cool building for parking. In the same way that every time I walk down the 200 block of Warren Street, I cannot believe that we tore down the Worth Hotel for a potential Dairy Queen, right? We don't know what the future is going to love. And I think that there's a presumption that it's okay to tear a building down, and I don't accept that presumption. And I think there's a presumption that parking trumps any other urban consideration, and I don't agree with that one either. And I don't want to be an obstacle here, but I also do want to understand the rationale and make sure that we're not doing something that that we haven't thought about.
Larry, could I just interject here?
Yeah.
I worked in that building for 12 years. There is nothing nice about that building. There's nothing nice about that building. Inside, I promise you just have to trust me on this. This is not a good building. It's not a good building to work in. It doesn't even feel safe anymore, quite honestly. And I understand your concern about tearing something down to build parking. I totally get it. But I also know that there is a massive crush of parking issues up on Columbia and that whole little area around the hospital. The neighbors complain bitterly all the time about the fact that they can't park in front of their homes because of hospital employees. It's not really a big issue at night, but it's a very big issue during the day. And the hospital has been working for years to try to alleviate the parking stress in those neighborhoods unsuccessfully. There just is no more on-street parking up there. Mike, you can probably speak to this. I know that, well, the board will remember that just several months ago, we approved improvements to the AFW building, and that was an overflow lot for the hospital employees. Mike, is the hospital still going to use that lot now that it's under new ownership?
We don't have a current agreement with the new owner for that lot. We were able to secure a leasing agreement with the Reformed Church off of Green Street, which has helped considerably and added more spots than what we were able to lease under the former management of that Legion Hall or VFW. So we have been able to take some parking, but Betsy, as you mentioned, we do have a consistent issue with providing adequate parking for all of our employees.
Yeah, it has, I promise you, Larry, it's been a problem forever.
And if I could add, I mean, so my firm, CPL, we're full service architectural engineering. I'm more on the site side, but our architects and MEP team evaluated this building. So, and that's part of what we do commonly for schools, hospitals, you name it. And we look at all the building elements. We look at the envelope, which is, the exterior. And we don't just say, oh, it's an ugly building, let's tear it down. We start to look at like the windows and the window seals and energy efficiency and the roof warranty. And when we start to add up all the deficiencies with this building in relative to current energy code and basically building code to get this building back. And again, this is part of a medical facility, which is held to a higher standard. The math doesn't work out. And, like I said, it's basically met its life expectancy for what it is. So that's how the determination was made, not for just wanting destruction of a building.
I will ask because Rob Perry brought this up, and this would be the time for the hospital to address this. Two things. No, just one thing. You answered my other question. The pedestrian crosswalk that staff uses to cross Prospect here. It's a very dangerous, as you know, Mike. It's a very dangerous crossing. It seems to me that I know that the city of Hudson is purchasing flashing pedestrian cross signals in the road. And we know how much those cost, which is not really a huge lift, I wouldn't think. And I would like to suggest that at this point, we have an incredible opportunity to improve the safety for employees at that site, which has always been well, Mike, you know better than I. You used to be head of security. It's treacherous as can be. Um, I think that's important. I think any lighting that you put in there, I believe you said it was all going to be dark sky, whatever you put in there was going to be dark sky compliant. That is really important to this board and to your neighbors. I know you don't have a lot of immediate neighbors, but as you said, Tim, we do not want to light this up like an athletic stadium.
No, absolutely not.
And I am concerned, and so is Rob, we are concerned about stormwater. Is this thing going to turn into a pond when all that water comes pouring off the back hill? And we would really like to see some pretty significant planning around that grade behind the building and the problem of it sheeting off the back hill and across the lot and down onto Prospect Street.
So our drainage, even as now in our plans, does not allow for that. Our drainage and our design contains everything within catch basins within the footprint of the back side of the street wall and in the front side of the back wall. The only thing we haven't allowed for is to like any sort of underground detention for that.
And I know Rob mentioned that. I didn't really exactly know what he was talking about. It was whatever they had to do for the medical office building was what he was suggesting happen here.
I'm going to chime in if I can. I'm going to chime in to agree with Larry's assessment, which is, you know, I guess I've said this before, it's like I like urban areas, and I think extra surface parking in, you know, I know it's sort of a little bit of outside of town, but any time you bulldoze a building just to create parking is always problematic in my view. And I do think, you know, we just went through a lengthy discussion on parking in a previous project. And with that project, we essentially said, please show us your study of why you need parking. And I think there's been some anecdotal comments, and I appreciate what you've said, Betsy. You've been up for many years. And, you know, the folks from the hospital understand that there might be some need. I would like to see that demonstrated. I've been to the hospital many times. I parked not just in the valet parking, but in your parking lot. I've never had any problems parking there. I drive down a bit. I could find a spot. It's not a problem. And I'm not sure if you're
staff parking. Do keep in mind, Clark, you can find parking because patient parking is rather abundant, but this is all staff.
Got it. So it's not.
But why can't employees park in spaces? Why can't?
I think it makes sense for us to get some evidence of why this is needed. It may not be the most beautiful building in the world, but I appreciate Larry's point that I pause when we are demolishing a building of whatever condition to create more surface parking.
Okay, so that's a charge to you guys. We need to know more about volume parking in the neighborhood and on the hospital campus. Laura, yeah.
So employees can't park in the patient parking, I guess you're calling it, where we go.
One level. They're permitted to park on one level.
And the intent is to free up as much parking for the patients and visitors for the patients so that the employees, you know, can walk the extra mile, so to speak, while the patients and visitors would be closer to the building.
Well, I hear Larry and I hear Clark and I agree with them, but if this is to be a parking lot, then I'd like to know how we are guaranteed that the cars that are now parking, you know, the only street I know well is Rossman Avenue, but Rossman and Prospect, how those specific cars that are parking in front of people's houses, you know, how do you know, are employees going to have permits to park there?
Yes, there'll be a like a booth with a gate, and you have to have an access card to get in there. So.
And how are you going to know who it is that needs parking? I mean, that right now are parking on the street. Do you know who these employees are?
I can't guarantee. That's why I was cautious to say that. I don't want to misrepresent this, but I mean, I can do the study and show you how many employees and where the facility lays out for employee parking and how this will benefit that. But, you know, our intent was, and I don't know if there I can't confidently say there's 30 employees that park along the street that are now going to go in there. For all I know, we're going to create this for the parking for the hospital, and that's as much as I can say. You know, I mean, if
Well, Michael, can you address that? Because you work for the hospital.
I can, and I can say with confidence that the demand is there. We know from our employees as they come to us and they make requests for access to different parking or ask what designated parking locations we have, and we explain it to them, that we hear anecdotally, well, I tried parking there, that lot's full, I had to park on the street. We hear from neighbors who call with concerns about seeing staff members getting out of their vehicles in front of their house and not being able to park in front of their own residence. You know, as Tim said, we can do a study, we can get more concrete numbers, develop what the true need is. But I firmly believe that these 50 spots will quickly fill up with our employees. To dovetail off of Tim's comment about an access card into the lot, that's something that we issue out to all of our employees, so we're able to track who is utilizing the lot, and it's something that would just be provided to them at no cost. So again, we could see what the utilization rate is, and we can see how active that space is.
Okay, that would be good.
Okay, so board, do you have any more questions? I'm imagining, but I might be wrong, that you all would want the public to have an opportunity to weigh in here?
Yes.
So does anybody have any more questions before I call the question? Tom DiPietro, you had your hand up there for a minute. Do you want to say anything?
Yeah, I just wanted to point out to Larry and Clark, since I live sort of near this, and I've seen it since I've been here, it's not just Rossman and Prospect, it's Warren Street, Eastern Warren Street, it's 8th Street even. And it's clearly hospital employees who are clogging this part of the city because they're dressed in, you know, hospital uniforms. So I know it's anecdotal, but trust me, I've been getting emails since I've been on the council from all those neighborhoods constantly over the past 3 years about the parking problem.
Yeah, and it's McKinstry, it's that whole.
All right, McKinstry and yeah, exactly, McKinstry and Franklin. So it's all over.
You know, Tom, and anybody, I'm not doubting that the parking's needed. I
Mm-hmm.
know that, but I'm just wondering how we know that. I guess, you know, I don't want the parking spaces to not go to those employees that are now having to park in these different areas.
Well, I was pleased to hear that they're not charging for them, because that was one of the problems with the other.
Yeah.
But that's all. Sorry.
Yeah, that's all I had.
All right.
Look, I just think we just need some more information, right? So, you know, parking is like highways. If you create 50 spaces, you're going to hand out 50 more permits, and then 50 more people that were finding other ways to get to work are now going to want to park, and they're going to wind up right back on Rossmore, right back on 8th Street, because supply and demand in terms of automobile traffic are they're nefarious, right? So you know, what's the current employee count? How many drive to work? Where do they park now? I mean, this must be stuff known by HR. You know, these would be. I think it would be to knock down a building, make 50 spaces, and find out that our actual need is 200, and all we've done is create another parking lot that doesn't actually solve anything.
Well, or a parking lot that's going to the management, and the you know, the average employee doesn't get to park there. I mean, you know, yeah, we need what Larry said and everybody else.
Okay, so if I could just sort of summarize what the board is asking for. We want a sort of traffic/parking study. Who's actually going to benefit, and how's it going to benefit the neighborhood? So why do you need this? That seems to be a reasonable question. I would like more information on stormwater, just to make sure we're not missing that one. Lighting plan would be important. Any landscaping is also important. We would really need that. And I really do mean it. I would like to see your plan for that crosswalk. This is the time to do that work.
Betsy, would they be responsible for the crosswalk? And
It's their employee crosswalk, Laura. It really is.
okay.
Yeah.
see.
No one else uses it but employees.
Oh, but what you want for the crosswalk is what then? More
Safety.
safety, and that would be on them to do that, not the city.
No, it's not on the city because it
Okay,
really.
that's what I didn't know. Okay.
But
It really
we
is.
should see a site plan though with the location of that crosswalk because
Yeah.
it looks
Yeah.
like
It's
the
really
crosswalk-
not, it's not included in this particular project, but I think it ought to be. I think we ought to insist that it be. So Tim and Michael, do you have any other questions for this board tonight? Yeah.
I have nothing else.
Okay. All right. So would you all like to open a public hearing on this next month?
Do you guys have time to get us everything by next month, before next month?
Absolutely. Yeah, we'll see what we can do.
Okay. So let's move this one along. Do I have a motion to open the public hearing on this application on April 13th? Yes, Laura. Thanks. Second?
I'll second.
Is that John? Yay. All right. All in favor, please say aye.
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 Okay, and Alia, you got your question answered about Tim's credentials? It looks, yes, you did. Okay. All right. So thank you all very much. We will see you in April. Any plans that you have, any reports, anything, please send them to me and I'll make sure they get distributed to the board. And I will share with you any comments from the public that we get in the meantime.
Very good.
Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Very much.
Thank you, everybody. Have a good night.
Yep, you too.
Night.
Thanks again for your patience.
Okay.
So quickly, board, other business, we're in the home stretch here. I think we can actually do this. Did everyone read the February minutes? Any changes?
No. I'm sorry. I failed.
Steve, did you have a comment?
I had one,
Okay.
but I have to now dig it up. Sorry.
All right, so give me a second to dig.
Oh, Betsy, should I take a second now and talk about the consultant that Laura and I talked to about traffic? Is that something we should discuss?
Sure.
During the meeting. So, based on the initial commentary that we got on the Galvin project, it seemed to me that we needed it seemed to Laura, who contacted me, and we had a great conversation about it, that we might want to bring in a traffic and parking consultant who had perhaps a more holistic understanding of the variety of ways people use streets and could be perhaps critical of the sort of Creighton Manning approach to parking. And we talked to a woman, Lindsay Zefting. I closed her CV. I had it open a second ago and I closed it. But we have talked to Lindsay. I think that she might be a good fit for us. I would imagine that she might come to us in the same sort of escrow-like way that other consultants come to us and work on an hourly basis with the board, initially on the Galvin project. But if it's a relationship that is fruitful and we decide that we want to continue working with her, we might do so on other projects as well.
Always escrow projects.
What?
Always escrow projects.
Yeah. So we got a proposal from her and a CV from her. I don't know, Betsy, if you want us to forward that to all the board members.
Oh, I definitely will. I just didn't get it until late today and I haven't had a chance to do it. I'm sorry.
But we didn't get a CV. We didn't get a CV, did we? I
had it open just a second ago. I'm so sorry. I closed it.
I saw the proposal and then I sent to Betsy her website, but she didn't have an actual CV on her website.
I'm sorry. I'm really sorry. I should have not.
No, that's okay.
We're not going to review it the CV right now.
Yeah. I'm just saying that if we don't have, I'll rephrase it. If we don't have a CV, Larry, it would be great for her to send us an actual just CV too, along with her proposal.
And then I had also suggested that because of the DRI work, and there is a complete streets group already working with Hudson, that we ought to approach them as well. Just because why not? They're already working here and they do the same kind of work. So I think we should get a proposal from them as well, just because why not?
Betsy, I don't know who they are. Do you want?
I'll get the information to you.
What?
Isn't that Peter that Larry called to get Lindsay?
No, Michael Shemita can give us that information because he's on the DRI board and he'll have all the contact information available to us. So I think because they're already working in Hudson and they're doing complete streets work, it behooves us to ask them as well.
Yeah, that makes sense.
And
I told Lindsay that when we talked yesterday.
So yeah, we'll have two proposals that we can get out to you all. And if we decide indeed that we do want this consultant position, I will reach out to Galvan and tell them that we'll be charging their escrow for this.
Betsy, can I ask a question?
Sure.
Are the complete streets people transportation or traffic engineers?
Tom, you probably have their credentials down pat.
Yeah, there's two groups actually. One is complete, I forget if they're called streets, but it's Michael Leiden, and they do deal in traffic engineering. And then arterial is the main group that is designing the whole project, and they also do traffic work.
But are they transportation or traffic engineers?
That's a good question. On their staff, there is a traffic engineer, transportation engineer.
Larry has explained to me, which I won't try to repeat, but the difference between, let's say, the engineering that poor Creighton Manning, they're great people. But I'll just have to say the kind of traffic study that they have given us for this project. And then what Larry described in terms of what we're looking for, which is different. And maybe you could just speak to that for a second, Larry. The difference.
Right. I mean, my sense was that there's a professional shift underway in transportation engineering away from a kind of level of service assessment of project impact. So not just looking at how fast a car can go relative to the maximum speed available to it, and how fast a car can turn right, which are the standard ways of grading or evaluating a project, to a more holistic approach, which looks at multimodal use in and around the project, the load on the parking and the various adjacent things. It's a more holistic approach than I think we've gotten so far from the studies that our applicants have generated. And it's quite possible that the firm that we've seen most, Creighton Manning, is fully capable of those more holistic approaches, but they're being hired by our applicants, and it makes sense to me, I think, that we have an independent transportation, traffic, and parking consultant whom we can bring in on an escrow basis to help us determine the validity of the studies that we're getting from the applicant. The same way that we have
possible alternatives as well.
Yeah.
If they're traffic engineers, yeah.
Yeah, I'm not sure arterial does that kind of thing, but I'll send you.
Okay, you let us know, Tom.
So anyway, I think it's a great idea, and I really appreciate Laura and Larry digging into this. I think it's incredibly useful information for us to have, and probably for us to use. So yeah, when you get the CV, just send I have the proposal, though I haven't had an opportunity to open it yet. So first thing tomorrow morning, you all will get everything that Laura and Larry sent to me today. And then we can move forward. And I'll do a little bit more research with Tom on the arterial folks, the Complete Streets gang. Okay, Steve, back to the minutes. I assume that's enough on that conversation. Yes, we don't really have.
Yeah.
Okay, Steve,
One addition was to the discussion about 11 Warren Street.
Yeah.
Rebecca, just in the last paragraph of that section, I just wanted to add two things, basically. One was just there was, Mr. Syme commented he was excited about the idea of activating this space, but I wanted to also put in that I was pointing out the kind of artificiality of the sort of aesthetic of the design, and that Larry then followed that up with what I thought was a really good observation about sort of faux historicism and his preference for, Larry could say it better than I, but I mean, I guess modern design integrating into a neighborhood in an elegant way. Those just struck me as two important points for the record to reflect.
Thanks. I'm sure Rebecca had that in there and I probably edited. So.
Thank you, Betsy.
I want to pretend like I said what Larry said.
Yeah.
Because I agree. After agreeing with going, oh, and when Larry said what he said, I went, he's right.
Okay, so with that amendment, Rebecca, if you want to just go back and rejigger that little bit of the minutes, that would be great. So with that amendment, do I have a motion to approve the February minutes as amended?
Moved.
Laura, thank you. Do I have a second?
I'll second.
Thanks, John. All in favor?
Aye.
Okay, great, thanks. Clerk, I think we only have one bill. Is that right?
Okay, yeah, so we have a Rodenhausen Shale and Polidoro bill. And I could just report what they are invoicing. For Colarusso, it's $1,438.50 for our ongoing review, Colarusso. For 75 North 7th Street, the Galvin project, it's $1,008 even. And then for Verizon, it's $766.50. And just looking at the hours, my own sense is those all seem very reasonable, given the time put in. So that's all we have for this month that we.
So what's the total, Clark, on that bill?
Total is $37.96.33.
So do I have a motion for Clark to approve this bill pending notification to the applicants of these charges? So what we do is Clark will send this bill off to each of the applicants and give them 5 days to reply if they have any questions or protests. And if we don't hear back within 5 days, he'll submit the invoice to the city for payment.
So moved.
Thank you, Teresa. Do I have a second?
Second.
Thanks, Larry. Everybody in favor, please.
Aye.
Aye.
Great.
We don't owe Rebecca any money?
Didn't get a bill.
Oh.
I know it's some negotiation.
Rebecca, you aren't sending us bills, I don't think.
I completely forgot again.
Are you time cheating now, or what are you doing?
I'm still doing the same thing as before, where I just send that little invoice that says January minutes, $60.
Do we owe you for 1 month or 2 now?
It's 2.
I thought so. So do I have a motion to approve paying Rebecca this princely sum for 2 meetings, please?
Yeah, but didn't she get a raise?
No, not yet. It's coming, I hope.
Okay.
At the moment, if we're just still dealing with the old system. So we owe Rebecca for 2 months of her secretarial services, which would be $120. Do I have a motion to approve that payment? Thank you, Laura. Do I have a second? Larry, everybody in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
All right, thanks. Get me that little voucher and we'll get you paid. John, do you have anything else to add about IDA?
The only thing that there were a few internal meetings, audit committee, finance committee, and governance committee relative to 2020. And we did hear a presentation from Galvin relative to their request for a pilot with more to come. And it was just a presentation. There was no back and forth. So I think relative to our previous comments about the IDA being on the 6th of April, that would be when anybody could and should, if they're interested, join the meeting.
Okay. as far as HCDPA is concerned, we're really sort of getting into the thick of things with this anti-displacement grant that the city has received, and working on on housing. And the HCDPA does own properties around the city, some of which actually exist and some mysteriously do not. So we're trying to clean up our inventory of properties so that those can actually, the developable ones can be put to use. Right now, they're just empty properties that aren't doing anybody any good at all. And it's the job of HCDPA to do housing. So they're looking for a fair housing officer. There's going to be someone being hired full-time to help the city administer this ADLN anti-displacement grant. Rebecca Wolf has been, and Tiffany Garriga really both have taken the lead on this, and they're really doing amazing work with it. So that's what HCDPA is charged to do, and that is what we are working on doing. That has been sort of a, I don't want to say a defunct board, but a very active board for quite a long time, and we're working hard to reactivate it. So anyway, that's what's going on there. Okay, any other business of a new or an old nature? Anything you all want to chat about?
Oh, I have one comment, Betsy. I know we texted about this a bit. I know the large tent structure, which I guess you would call a large teepee, appeared at the Beck Bar, which may or may not be in alignment with what we agreed to. So I walking by there, one notices that it's not exactly what was on the drawing. So of course we support them and we support the tent, but it's not the same tent that I.
That is up to Craig as code enforcement. So if you want to bring that to his attention.
Okay, we'll do it.
And Rebecca's running for office.
Rebecca is running for office, councilperson in the 5th Ward, and she did me the kindness of calling me last week to let me know before the news hit the wires. So I really appreciate that, Rebecca, very, very much. So I'm of two minds here. I really, really hope you have a successful run, and we would really, really miss you as our planning board secretary if you do win, but we will cross that bridge when we get to it.
Oh, she couldn't do it anymore.
Look at all the little claps. They're getting claps. And the fan club.
Thank you all. For now, I'm not going anywhere for now, so don't worry.
Yeah, we're keeping it for now. All right, Teresa, did you have something? Did anybody have anything? Okay, may I have a motion, John, please, to adjourn this wonderful meeting?
So moved.
May I have a second, please?
Second.
Thanks, Larry. All in favor?
Aye.
Sorry, Betsy, one quick question before everybody goes, and I'm so sorry about this. CMH, when they were talking about the parking lot that they wanted to build on Prospect, was there any talk about, is that employee parking?
Yes.
At the intersection of Prospect and Columbia?
It's employee parking only.
No, not for the new lot. For the at the existing lot at the intersection of Prospect and Columbia, is that employee parking?
That's everything parking.
That's everything parking as well?
You mean the underground, the parking lot, the parking structure?
No, I'm not talking about the parking structure. I'm talking about the lot as Prospect and Columbia sort of intersect and become that mess of an intersection by the corner of the cemetery. There's a corner
about at the rectangular.
Yes, ma'am.
Right.
There's that one, and it seems as if that is also employee parking.
Yes,
I mean,
that is.
You know, certainly I understand that a parking structure costs more money, but that has always been a very problematic intersection in Hudson. And if some space could be created somewhere there that might also alleviate some of the dangers of that intersection, I don't know how that would work.
Okay, John, I think because we're not giving the applicants the benefit of hearing your comments.
That's fair enough.
Really important. Can you come to our meeting next month and we'll open the public hearing? And at that point,
can I just send you an email with my thoughts?
you can, yes, absolutely, please do, and I will share them with the applicant. Absolutely.
Thanks, I would appreciate that.
Yeah, absolutely. Thanks.
I was late to the party on that one, so I didn't hear the whole talk.
Okay, that's okay. That's all right. Other thing, board, don't forget our special meeting on the 23rd with Colorado to plow our way through the rest of that FIF if we can. Okay. All right, we're adjourned. Thank you all. Go have dinner.
Bye.